What's going on, football fans? It's me, J.R. Clark, back again with another pound for pound ATL live. It's round 2 and 3.
Yep.
Jonathan, how goes it, brother?
It's going good. I had to endure a whole bunch of craziness on Twitter throughout the day. Uh,
Well,
Clapped back at a couple of people, but otherwise, it was it was okay.
I'm gonna say I was probably part of that craziness. You
Well, I was just like, JR's
just
just being
ignored
JR.
me. I was about to
Yeah,
say, yeah, you just ignored me. That's all good. Let's see. As mute this before it. Chat. Come on, shut up. Thank you. All right, got my stream up. We are getting ready for round 2. So, I guess without much further ado, might as well pay the non existent bill and run an intro. Huh. I guess the intro didn't like it, but with the stream going on my computer, like, well, I guess I'm going to hide that thing. Glad we didn't actually have to pay a bill with that.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
everybody's had right around 24 hours to digest the situation. That was yesterday. The pick heard around the world. As far as that goes, Dr. Ganja's already like, let's have a better night tonight, folks.
I thought
Oh,
like I thought it was awesome yesterday. It gave us plenty to talk about the entire evening.
oh yeah, like to a point where we barely paid attention to the rest of what, like, I kind of chuckled. There was a handful of times that Dansky was like, "Oh, trade's in." And I'm like, and nobody was even like, nobody
Yeah.
was caring. Um, so yeah, maybe tonight we can get a little bit more, a little bit more focus, so to speak, on what's actually going on screen. As y'all can tell, we don't have nearly as many guests on tonight, probably none. I've got some feelers out there. We'll see if anybody pops up or not, or if anybody wants to hop in. But for the most part, it's probably just going to be me and you tonight. It's so funny. I think Chris can attest. This is my fourth year doing this stream, and the first 2 years, like, we were one of the only ones
Yeah.
that was live streaming the entire thing. And now there are so many streams going on. Heck, I'm in a group chat alone with 11 or like 10 other Falcon content creators. And so that's 10 other streams that y'all could be watching.
Yep.
But yet, y'all are here watching us, which is great, and we extremely appreciate that.
Absolutely.
But it does make harder to get people on because everybody's booked up. So
Yep.
I just want to take a few minutes and say thank you to all the guys who stopped in last night and hung out with us, from Andy Gallagher to Aaron Freeman from Locked On Falcons to Savion and Fleek and the Out of Your Falcon Mind guys and Damsky. All those guys were great yesterday, and was super glad that they hung out with us. And for the Out of Your Falcon Mind guys, it was a simulcast, so
Yeah.
that was cool. It's the first time I'd ever done that.
Savion looked like he was coming like just he was shell shocked
Oh yeah,
for
dude,
like
he
the
was shell
second half.
shocked from the from second half on, really.
Yeah.
um Dr. Ganja's got an interesting one. He says they tried to trade up for Latu, so they might trade up in the second. Well, okay, I want to ask you about that. How
Mhm.
much do you actually believe that? Now, I'm a cynical person by nature. It's
Mhm.
easy to tell me after the fact that, oh, hey, we tried to trade up, you know.
Well,
Um,
okay. So this came from Steve Weish, uh, and I think some other people had talked to Raheem Morris about that. You weren't going to hear about it yesterday.
I mean,
You
yeah,
weren't. You were, so you weren't going to hear it any other time but after the fact because they're not going to give that away while the round's
of course not. But
going. So here's here's actually my theory on this is they really, really like Penix. They really, really like Latu. Okay.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, we what do we always hear? The most important position in football is your quarterback.
Right.
Okay. You have to have a quarterback. Now, my thought process here is because some people were hearing that the Falcons, if they couldn't find a good trade partner to trade back with, then they were going to stand at 8 and take Latu. And I think that initially that may have been their plan, and then wait into the second round and then pick up Penix there, or try to get back up into the first round to grab Penix later. The problem I think run that they ran into was, and we heard this last night, was there were tons of teams, like at minimum 3 or 4 teams, that were trying to get back up into the top 10. And in most cases, they were trying to get up there to get Penix.
Right.
And then you saw like Penix goes, then a couple picks later, you got JJ McCarthy, then another couple picks later, Bo Nix, who nobody really thought was first round, goes to Denver.
Right.
I think they started getting the vibes of that, and I think that may have flipped the script for them. Where they're like, the hardest position to get right in the NFL is the quarterback, and we have a chance to take a guy that we really, really, really like. And I think they didn't want to risk losing him. And yeah, I would have loved to have had Latu. I think that would have been a great pick at 8. Yeah, he went at 15, but 15 and 8, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's not that different really.
Yeah, and so I would have been stoked with Latu, but I think what they started getting wind of, like, we knew Minnesota was looking for a quarterback. We knew the Raiders were looking for a quarterback.
Correct.
We knew Denver was looking for a quarterback. We knew there were probably 1 or 2 more teams that would, if they could, would try to get a quarterback. So when they started hearing the winds of, like, essentially they started feeling that QB run coming. If they wanted Penix, that was the guy that had to take him there. So
Yeah, no, it's like this will be something, and unfortunately, like this will be something that's going to be like this ain't gonna go away anytime soon. And the reason why I say that is because Chris, our good buddy, had a like to me like the perfect opening comment and says now that we have 2027 out of the way, let's get to drafting for this year's team,
yeah,
and that's kind of like I understand that feeling like straight up and down because it really feels like okay, this is a pick. This is 3 years from now's first round pick. And for me, and this is just, hey, my opinion, dumb guy sitting here in a chair, you know what I'm saying?
mhm,
Um, my opinion is like that's a tough pill to swallow, especially when you see guys like yes, you got just as many guys who don't produce as you do, but you have, CJ Stroud comes in and plays like he did last year. Then, a few years back, you have Justin Jefferson hit the field and like is almost like the best receiver in the league his rookie year. These a lot of these guys, if they're going like a lot of times, if they're going to hit, they hit. You know what I'm saying? Like right away. And so to have to sit and wait for 3 years, 2 years minimum, 3 years, realistically, to
I
see
I
if
think I think it's 2. Like, that's what I think it is.
yeah, I mean, but you're still going to eat some dead cap.
Yeah,
If after if you get rid of Kirk Cousins after the second year,
yeah.
like second year is the most like is when it becomes somewhat feasible to move on from him. Um, but yeah, so it'll be like I said, hey, if in 2-3 years or after 2 years, if Penix is starting, he hits the ground running, everything looks great, all this will be forgotten. But
Yeah.
here in the moment, it is it's a tough pill to swallow when you had what a lot of people consider to be higher rated talent sitting there, and not just like talent for like big board. I'm talking like Penix for a lot of people was like in the teens on their boards. It like most guys didn't even have a first round grade on Penix. As far as um, the talking heads out there, right? So it's like I said, it's just it. This is one where you're not going to get to say "I told you so" anytime soon, and I
Yeah.
will gladly eat crow if I'm wrong.
It's a situation where I think that we ran into kind of a similar situation. If you, and I'm not trying, and I swear to God, I don't want to go any further than this analogy on this. Uh, but if you look at like say the 2016 election, you look at the 2020
Oh
election,
boy,
that kinds
you're
of
trying to open
stuff.
up. You're trying to open a can
But
of
but
worms.
but all I'm saying is what we heard in the lead up to those was the polling was saying this, and the polling was saying this, and the polling was saying this, and then the day of when that happened, when everything went down in both of those races, like things didn't match what the polling said.
True.
And that's what we saw here in the draft yesterday. Yeah, there were plenty of people that were like Penix is like a late first, early second round QB pick. Maybe even some people had him as like a mid second, late second. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There were plenty of people that were like, once you get past the top 3 or 4 with JJ McCarthy, then it's kind of like whatever. Um, but obviously, with what we're hearing after the fact, a lot more teams felt more highly about Penix than any of the talking heads did.
No, I agree with that. And what I will say, like, and I've heard plenty of pundits say that, like, Penix is probably the best pure passer in the draft. Now, a lot of other guys give you more than just that, as far as like Caleb Williams with the off platform, out of schedule, type stuff. Jaden Daniels, obviously, with his legs. Drake May with the youth and the athleticism and big arm, and what I'm saying, like every one of them had their. But as far as like first like pure passer, definitely was Penix. And so we'll see. Like as I told folks last night, if you want to watch his best game from last year that I saw, it was the Texas game, in the playoffs. And I was true to my own self. I was sitting here while waiting on the draft, the show to start today, um, getting into that same, I was go ahead and watching it. And like he does pass the ball well. And in that particular game, for whatever reason, he moved in the pocket well. So if he can do that more often, he's got a chance, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, and I was surprised, honestly. Like I hadn't really looked at like his because it didn't really it wasn't a consideration for me when it comes to Penix. Because when I thought of Penix, I didn't think of a guy who was going to run around a ton. He was going to do it when he had to.
Hmm.
But I didn't think about it. But like he ran like a 4.5 40. Like he ran basically like Ritter
Right.
speed.
Yeah.
You know.
And the thing is like, has he put the injury concerns behind him? He's now played 2 years pretty much injury free
Mhm.
football. So is that stuff behind him? Um, so there's now, okay, this is something I've been seeing a lot today, and I kind of want to address. Fred says Kirk Cousins could get hurt again, and just like Clay Thompson did in basketball, the same injury. Okay, if I will say this, if that went into their thinking, and if that played a major part in their thinking, that we don't know exactly where Kirk is coming off the injury and so on and so forth, then they shouldn't have signed Kirk Cousins. And then
No, well,
and
well,
well, let
I
me
don't.
finish my thought. Let me finish my thought.
God
Then
dang.
I'll let you rebuttal.
God dang.
I know. I'll let you rebuttal. But if they feel like, oh, we don't know if he's going to return to form, we don't know like where like how he's going to be coming off his injury and so on and so forth. If that played a major part, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be considered. I'm saying if that played a major part in their thinking, because he's a 36-year-old quarterback, then you shouldn't have been willing to give him $45 million, and I would almost consider that to be malpractice. So, but if it's just like, okay, well, here's another thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, here's just another aspect, another little feather. Then that's fine. Whatever. Guys can get hurt. Somebody had put out a tweet earlier, like 59 quarterbacks took snaps last year.
Yep.
There's only 32 teams. So, like, the most important is QB1 and the second most important is QB2. So I get
Yep.
that. But if that played a major part in the consideration, then I'd be worried that why'd you pay Cousins? So now I turn the floor over.
I don't think it was a consideration of they're not sure where he's going to be at, injury wise. Like, is he going to be ready to go or anything like that? I don't think that comes into it. But the realization is, or the reality is, he's a 36-year-old quarterback. He's coming off an Achilles injury. He hasn't had a lot of injuries in his entire career. Okay. So I don't necessarily think there's the worry, or the worry comes into the thinking on this of what if he may he may re-injure that could he? Absolutely he could
Sure.
he injure something else? Could he somehow blow out his other Achilles? Yeah, all of these things could potentially happen. And I think you're putting yourself in. I think part of the thinking would be, if we, for one, a lot of people believe Penix is one of the most like NFL ready quarterbacks, because he had over 50 plus starts
Right. I mean, he's
in
played a lot of
college.
ball with,
The only guy more, I think, is Bo Nix.
yeah, with the COVID year and all that other stuff. Like he's played a lot of college ball. Now here's another thing I've been seeing floating around. And I want to get your take on it before we really get kicked off here. Um, says to Big says you got to understand what Coach Morris was saying. He's telling you that Atlanta's not going to be back in this position to draft a quarterback in the top 10. So it's best to draft one now.
Yeah.
And what I say, and I get that logic. Like, here's the thing. Even if I don't agree with what took place last night, I understand, I can understand the lines of thinking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, all I'll say is like that's a bold move, Cotton. Because if if you make that proclamation, and if that's what you're saying, hey, we don't plan on being here. Okay, no team plans on being here again. Like none. Case in point, Carolina Panthers. Okay, they give up a king's ransom to go up to one to pick their quarterback, and then the very next year they got the first overall pick that they just traded away. You see what I'm saying? Like nobody plans
Yeah.
to be a bad team. Like nobody does, right? So,
Yeah.
with that being said, obviously, and look, I'll give Coach Morris a tip of my cap. Like he pretty much said, like, hey, if we're in this position again, I probably won't have to worry about it. And but I'll say this: both Morris and Fontenot have tied themselves to Penix, because I don't know too many GMs that can survive what 1, 2, 3, 4 QBs. 4 QB changes, because that's essentially what Fontenot's at.
Yeah.
But
But like, I just think that and I can see where, and I can somewhat agree with. I think Savion said this last night, and I've seen it popped up a couple times on Twitter today as well. I think from Savion as well, but from a couple other people. This was I can see where somebody looks at this and says, "Yeah, this is for sure an overreaction to where we were at, or at bare minimum, a reaction to the state of the quarterback room in the last couple of years."
right,
Right. I don't see that. I don't see it as a problem that they want to make sure And if what they're telling us is true, like Kirk Cousins is the now, and then when it's his time to move on, whenever that is, okay, the next guy in line in that succession is Michael Penix. And yeah, it's just we'll see. If it pans out again, if it ends up panning out, we're not worried about quarterback for probably at least 10 to 12, 13 years, somewhere in that range.
Right? No doubt. Like,
so
if it works out, then all y'all can come back and be like, "Dang, JR, you were such a sourpuss about it." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right." And because like Blizz says, and kind of what you're echoing, after being in QB purgatory last couple years, y'all upset now. And I say me, out of this panel, it's me. I'm upset now that they have the two best QBs in the division. Can't please nobody these days. What I'll say to that, and it's so weird line to be on. I have no problem with Penix.
yeah.
Like Penix, the player, no problem. Honestly enough, Penix at 8, not really much of an issue per se. It's the combination of Penix at 8 with a hefty contract for Kirk Cousins that's just allocating a lot of assets, draft and money to the QB room when you only have one ball.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's that's my issue. If you want to like pin me down for, well, what's your problem with it? Which is a weird place to be in, and I'll fully admit this here on stream in front of God and everybody that's watching. My biggest issue, and as soon as I say this, you're gonna be like, "Damn, JR, really? This is where you're at?" Because I understand, I admit that it's a weird place to be. My biggest issue of signing Kirk Cousins was that you were going to have to be doing this again in 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, they saw the same thing and said, "Okay, we ain't doing this again in 3 and 4 years." And so for that, hey, good on you for seeing the problem and addressing it. And maybe it was as simple as that they felt like their original plan was to trade back up into the first for Penix. Maybe it was like it was with Drake London. They caught wind that there was fixing to be like everybody was QB hunting. And they felt like, all right, we may have an easier time coming back up for a pass rusher versus coming back up for a QB, and went ahead and took the QB. But I'll say this, and that ends up bringing up another point. This will mark at least the third time in the past year and a half that they have not been able to land the pass rusher. Whether it was Montez Sweat, whether it was Daniil Hunter, and now not being able to trade back up for Latu. So yeah, it's Chris says, how many years till we fix the pass rush? At least one more.
I mean,
okay.
For all we know, we may come
hour.
out next. Yeah, at least one more hour. Yeah,
right. And we ain't necessarily fixed it yet. Like, it's so funny to see us being better than we have been. Last year, we were better than we have been, and we were still down at the bottom of the league of sacks and pressures. So
you fix that by playing Arnold Ebiketie more. Damn it,
we're gonna have to so far. Because right now, what 14 sacks or 13 sacks are sitting out on the free agent market. So they're gonna have to do something.
Yeah, like I said, probably the two hardest like positions to find the guy, right? Is obviously quarterback is number one, and probably a good like cornerstone alpha pass rusher.
Yeah,
those are the two hardest things to find.
the guy to throw the ball and the guy to get after the guy who throws the ball.
Yep.
And but I'll say this, man. out of those two positions, I can point at more teams that have had an alpha pass rusher that didn't do anything versus teams that didn't have a QB and did something.
I mean, how you look at Houston for how many years prior to
JJ.
CJ Stroud? Yeah, JJ Watt, probably the best defensive player in the entire league for quite a few years until Aaron Donald showed up,
Yep.
and then they could like they had and it wasn't like it was just him. They had him, and because they had him, the guys around him were doing better. Their whole defense was actually pretty good. It just got wore out a lot of times because their offense couldn't do squat.
Mm-hmm.
So because they didn't have a quarterback.
Oh, well, and then also take last year, Steelers had a great defense. So TJ Watt and all, and you know they didn't have a quarterback. Then
Yep.
you have, but how many times okay, take even Aaron Donald, absolutely dominant,
Yep.
like taking on triple and quadruple teams on a regular basis. Um, right, all this, and but until they landed Matt Stafford, they couldn't seal the deal. So, like I said, you take swings until you get them.
Yep.
I've heard that repeatedly as far as like QBs go. If you don't have one, you keep taking one until you get one.
Yep.
How long is that Browns list? That jersey that has all the QBs that have started for the
Yep.
Browns.
A whole
So,
bunch.
right. Um, I said Dr. Ganja says they had Clowney and Marcellus and still traded us a second for Schaub. Talking
Yep.
about Houston.
Yep.
What's going on, King?
What's
Appreciate
going
you.
on,
Says,
man?
he says, here we go again. Do I need to drink tonight? You might, King. Who knows? With the
I mean,
shenanigans that have gone on.
who's the next best tight end? Brock Bowers is gone, but who's the next best tight end?
I've
That's
heard
the guy we're
like
picking up.
yeah, right. I've heard like Theo Johnson, but like this is not a strong tight end class. This is not a strong like running back class. Um, it's hilarious when you lean back, you disappear completely.
No, it's actually when I lean forward and put my
Yeah,
head down.
yeah, like you just disappear.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chris asked. He says, "I wonder what Bud Dupree's doing tonight. Probably laughing currently, going, my price is going up." But that's the thing is right now they're gonna have to do something if they want to add anybody because um they're basically have the cap space to sign their draft class. And I wonder if that changed because they took a QB in the top 10. Because I know different positions carry different weight.
I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
I'd have to look that up, but
Well,
I don't really think that's the case anymore. I think it is definitely slotted
it
so
is
that
slotted, but the different positions are slotted like um the pick is in for Buffalo. I'm assuming wide receiver here for Buffalo.
yeah, yeah.
Um, with them trading Stephon Diggs, and didn't re-sign Gabe Davis. Like all they have is um Khalil Shakir as far as a wide receiver goes. Um, and then they've got obviously their two tight ends, Dawson Knox and Dallas Kincaid. I think it's Kincaid.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So Chad's
Dalton
thinking
Kincaid, I think.
Dalton. I said Dallas is Dalton Kincaid. You're right. Um, everybody's
I
thinking,
think
well, the chat's
I think
thinking
Troy
maybe,
Troy Franklin.
yeah, well, there's Adonai Mitchell still out there chilling. But
Yeah,
I would take Lad McConkey myself. Like I kind of secretly want Lad to be there when we pick, but even though he's
I
not been
think
griping about defense all day.
I think Troy Franklin though is a little bit more uh like there's a little bit more there with Troy Franklin. Uh, but either way, I think it's a wide receiver either way.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to
That's where
find
I'm
out
at.
in a moment.
Uh,
Bralen Trice with the second pick. Emmanuel Brown.
yeah, Trice. I would think Trice might be more of a third round, but could be wrong on that. But Bralen Trice wouldn't be bad.
We'll just go Roger Rosengarten.
Well, that was Penix's blindside blocker up there in Washington. Oh, this is where we're gonna get the long drawn out. Everybody trying to get the crowd hyped up. If there's one thing I wish they had not done in the draft, I know it sounds so like, oh come on, Jared, they're trying to have some fun, but having all these guests.
Keon Coleman.
Oh, Keon Coleman. Okay. 6'3", 213. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't think they have like a bigger wide receiver outside of their tight ends.
No,
like,
yeah.
That guy, it gives them a little bit of gives them a big body in the wide receiver room.
Oh yeah, he looks like a big strong. He looks like a number one, like body type wise. And see here today, with it being just me and you, we actually have a little bit more time to do this, because not every I love having the full panel. That's because that brings
chaotic.
something. Yeah, that brings something different, but it does get chaotic. Now I've heard this name. I haven't looked into him. Jakesel Hunt. Is he a D end?
Yeah, he's an edge guy.
Is he a small school guy?
Hold on.
I don't have the beast pulled up, or I would. I guess I should pull it up. Let's see.
Edge.
Let's see. Copy. This is making for great podcasting tonight.
He's Washington. I think that, or is that UConn? Hold
on. Let's see. All right.
Transferred to Houston Christian in 2022.
Houston Christian.
Okay. Yeah, so his performance earned him the Southland Conference Defensive Player of the Year in 2023.
Chris says he's a safety turned edge. That's an interesting conversion.
That is. I mean, if he played safety before, he must have really bulked up because
as far as
252.
As far as Dane Buegler goes, he has him as his 13th best edge rusher. So, and that's out of 40 edge rushers.
Yeah.
So,
he's 16th for Draft Buzz.
I got you. Yeah, somebody like the rumors Atlanta's going after another quarterback. Yeah, Savion put out a tweet. Who do you want the Falcons to go after? I was like, Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, so I saw the Spencer Rattler stuff popping up all the time. I was like, well, now we got to think about life after Penix.
That's right. That's right.
And look, once that pick came down, we knew, or at least I knew that, there's going to be lots of jokes. And there's going to be lots of poking fun and all this other stuff. And that's fine. I prepared myself for it. So when I saw him today, I didn't get angry with him like I would have. Or
no.
And there were some tweets I saw where people were like, they're laughing at us. I was like, who cares?
Well, my biggest annoyance really is and this is a boo-hoo-hoo kind of type deal, but damn it, why is it always us? You know what I'm saying? Why are we always doing the weird historic thing? You know what I'm saying? The one that isn't necessarily shining towards us in a good light. You know what I'm saying? And it's just it just ends up making you shake your head or whatever. Let's see what on that Jackson. Let's see. My eyes are a little bad here. That's all right. Here we go. Pick us in for the Chargers.
Yeah.
For the Chargers. Austin Booker. So he's right after my guy I wanted to. Let's see. I think they may go wide receiver here. I think you might get a run on wide receiver. Oh, they okay. It was the Patriots traded.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right,
well,
lad. That's
so I'm fine with it. I wouldn't mind if there were a few more wide receivers taken, simply because
that's.
honestly, I'm okay with what we have at wide receiver, and
Oh, we
bringing
don't
in some.
like. We don't need one per se.
Yeah,
Um, but it was just it was nice. Uh, yeah, I like McConkey just because he's got a great name, lad McConkey. Come here, lad.
yep. He's got a football name.
Trick says, we can't do the simple things, Jr. No, we can't. We cannot do the simple things.
No, we can't. But because what I would like to see is it, well, we're either going corner. My guess is cornerback or defensive line.
Right.
Uh, and if we do go defensive line, and I hope he's still there, I wouldn't mind having Johnny Newton
Oh yeah. If Johnny Newton's there,
or him or Braden Fisk, one of those two guys.
yeah, because like edge rusher wise, what's still left here? Hold on. Let's go to edge rushers. As far as okay, so the big three are off the board, and so is Chop Robinson and Darius Robinson. So Marshawn Nealand, a uh, a Desai Isaac, Chris Braswell, and
Mhm.
Austin Booker, Bralen Trice, Jonah Ellis, Gabriel Murphy.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's still a decent, uh, there's still a decent amount. Obviously. See, I'm with Chris though. Like, give me Luke McCaffrey. Give me Luke McCaffrey in the third or the fourth, and he'll be he'll fill that Jared Barnhart size hole in my heart. Okay, of what Jared Barnhart could have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, um, I like Emmanuel Brown says it's like we're used to it. Outside hate doesn't phase me anymore because nobody knows who we really have on our roster. Uh, but they don't watch our team anyway. And yeah, like Falcons trade. We just traded.
Whoa.
Okay, they were talking
So
about it. So who do we think here? Johnny Newton?
I'm hoping. Who do we jump over?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, son of a b!
I wasn't
I
looking at
had
that.
I had that up there earlier with no. I'm trying to figure out who. Son of a.
We jumped Tennessee, Carolina, New England, and Washington. So we get the 35th and a sixth, and we give up the third rounder. So we only have two picks today instead of three.
Oh, we may try to do something to get another third rounder, but we'll see.
Yeah. So we went up to the Cardinals.
Okay, but who was the very next
I
team
don't know.
that would be drafting?
I don't know. I would have to find the draft order.
Hold on,
Let's see.
I'm about to. Uh, where's that draft order? There we go. NFL. I had this earlier and I couldn't find it anymore.
Okay,
Uh,
we jumped Washington, New England, Tennessee, Carolina.
okay, so so I wonder if their picks in.
Yeah, well this got to be for them to try to make a move for Latu. Like this has got to be an edge, right?
Well, it's either edge or interior defensive line,
Right.
like a Johnny Newton, like a Braden Fisk, one of those guys.
Right.
Um, if you feel like those guys are in a better position or are better players, right?
Mhm.
BPA kind of situation.
Right.
I would love to see Johnny Newton here. Would love to see Johnny. Maybe it's Cooper DeJean.
Maybe. Let's see. All right. Well, come on.
Who are they going to get to show or to announce the
I think it's Andre Rison.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Well, they're high fiving this time.
Yeah.
So apparently that video from yesterday was supposedly him explaining to them trying to move and what it was going to cost.
Oh, to try to get back up into the first
Yeah,
round.
that was Terry's explanation. So let's see.
Yeah, bad moon right there.
Let's see. Oh, the cat out of Clemson. Okay. The DT out of Clemson
Huh.
struggles to find the ball. Nice.
I'm not too worried about that.
No, I mean he can play all over the D line. He's powerful and explosive. Um, let's see. Let's see what Dane says about him. Let's see. He's underdeveloped pass rush instincts and finishing skills. Skills could next level cloud his next level production, but he displays intriguing movement skills and force at contact to continue getting better and better. Has NFL starting upside with scheme versatility to play multiple positions both inside and out. And apparently he's from Nigeria.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
He's had 8 tackle for losses in each of the past 3 seasons. I think they just showed.
That's okay. Yeah, that's what it just popped up. So they went D line, just not the D line we thought.
Right.
Fred says he's very explosive. Yeah, I think I've heard like he's one of those guys that apparently has a good amount of
Untapped
untapped
potential.
potential. So
So he shows up as like the number 10 like defensive line guy
right.
for draft buzz.
He's the fourth D tackle by Dane Bugler, uh, right behind Johnny Newton and Chris Jenkins. Somebody had said that they wonder if there's some, uh, like red flags or whatever with Newton, hence why he's fallen. But okay, I mean that Josh Gillum says Ruck's RAS score is crazy. So he's
Oh,
crazy
really?
athletic. So all right, now
Let's see.
is that it for the day? Because it's 7:30.
Let's see. Let me check. I'm trying to check something here real quick. Where do you find the RAS score? Oh,
And you just type in RAS and you can get it. It's kind of a tough site to.
9.92.
Yeah, that's damn near perfect. Around the NFL has them listed says DN or DN. So
probably like a 3-4 DN. Which hey, if we're going to a 3-4 type of defense, then yeah, that makes sense.
So he had 9 sacks in his final 2 seasons at Clemson.
Whoa, hold on. So now that I said 9.92, Yahoo Sports, March 1st. Let's see, what is that? What does it say? So as of March 1st, so for the combine, one of the best athletes, uh, ran a 4.940.
Pretty good right there.
1.67 10-yard split. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the RAS was 9 point. Shows here is RAS is 9.88, but that shows unofficial. So I guess it officially ended up being 9.92.
Yeah.
Um,
So Doctor Anonymous says, but does that warrant moving up? They felt like they needed to. Like
yeah.
I can't say what for them. Yes, it warranted them moving up.
So the reason why I was asking is I could see well, and we'll see what Washington does here. But I could see somebody like a Carolina because I think they may have another pick here soon.
They
And if
do,
they
and so
do,
does you know. So trying to see what else.
but I could see like they think that Tennessee or Carolina might be a team that would take a guy like this.
Uh, Fleek says, "Why did we trade our third round to do that? Could have talking about get him out of the kitchen." Yeah, I haven't seen much. Let Terry cook memes this draft. Um, Josh says Clemson ran a 4-3 base. Does he fit at DN for us or D tackle? He's not a nose guard. No, he's definitely not a nose guard. But you also got to figure this a good chunk of this coaching staff just got done um, you know, not say dealing, like having a guy like Aaron Donald. I'm not saying that they're thinking that but this body type and being able to move him around. Yeah, to Big says this is a Coach Morris pick guaranteed. He compared him to Aaron Donald like player, or he compares to an Aaron Donald. Yeah, T Duff
Yeah.
says I hate this team.
Hey, you wanted pass rush. You got your
Yeah,
pass rush.
sure.
Like I said, I honestly think he's probably going to play like a 3-4 type defensive end for us, and then obviously if we go into like a nickel situation with a 4-3, then he'll move inside and probably play tackle next to Grady or Onyemata, would be my guess.
Yeah. Let's see. This is like I said, through 2 picks, this has been kind of a slightly confusing draft. And so that much is for
Nighthawk
sure.
Nighthawk Runner. This is saying this was a great pick. That dude is very good. I'm assuming he's saying not
Like, yeah,
that
for
good is very good.
like good is very good. So he says, "Ham, I'm late to the party. Who was the pick? Ruke Orhorhoro. Aura. Um, the defensive tackle / defensive end out of Clemson. Yep, 6'4", 294. As Tony is saying here, has a combination of size, length, and power and athleticism. Explosive off the ball, can use his length to keep opposing blockers from getting inside." All right. I mean, we're going to see, and we're going to have to lean on them. Lean on these kind of guys. Um, but as far as conventional thinking, I'm with Rick. It's definitely confusing in that sense. As far as, but they have their scouting department, and it's not always going to be a consensus.
Yeah. And I'll say this, like if you're looking for a guy who like this who's got that high RAS score, maybe is a little raw, there's not too many guys that you would want him to learn from better than Grady Jarrett. In as far as like what it takes to play at that position in the NFL.
Okay. All right. This could here. All right. Hold on.
Johnny Newton, Washington.
Yep. Okay. So Ian Rappaport is saying that Newton is recovering from Jones fracture in his foot. So that's probably why he slipped, but he was able to participate at his pro day. But there's your answer of why they felt like they needed to jump. Because if they had a good, source of information that that Washington was going to take a DT, they wanted to make sure to get the DT they wanted, or the D lineman they wanted. So it's kind of like what they did a few years back when they traded up for it was what, Troy Anderson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or was it Ebiketie that they traded up for? I can't remember. It was one of
Oh,
those two.
I think it was Ebiketie.
Yeah. Let's see. Audio file says I didn't hear that anyone had Ruke ranked near the top of the second. Dane Bugler from the Athletic had him right there with Johnny Newton. So it's not far off in all honesty, as far as where he was picked. Like you just have to be okay that you gave up an extra third, because they gave up the third from Jacksonville. So if you want to think about it like that, I always look at picks like that as being what you use to move around, because that wasn't necessarily your pick to begin with. And they're confirming, it was Ebiketie that we moved up for.
Okay. So if you go to, if you were looking at Draft Buzz and you specifically were looking at defensive tackles, Ruke was their number one defensive tackle over Tavondre Sweat, Michael Hall,
right,
Mickey Wingo, those guys. He was the number one defensive tackle on their board as far as ranking just defensive tackles.
Because as far as Dane Bugler is concerned, Ruke was a second/third rounder. And so, but he only had one defensive tackle that was squarely a first rounder, which was Byron Murphy. So Johnny Newton was a first, second rounder. Chris Jenkins was the only second, and Ruke Orhorhoro was a second, third, along with Michael Hall Jr. and Mason Smith. Gotcha. So he, like I said, he went okay.
New England got Polk.
Jalen Polk. I wonder if they're going to be any better drafting wide receivers now that Belichick in there. Because Belichick couldn't draft a wide receiver for nothing.
No.
But Polk he was good. Positive says I wanted A.D. Mitchell as well as Kool-Aid, would have been fine too, but we definitely needed to address the edge. This is a C pick for me. It's going to be like, you're going to have to see how he gets deployed. He's got, I'm going to have to watch him a little bit more, but he's apparently got a real good first step. Just an explosive player. Let's see. Ruke Orhorhoro. He's an athletic big man with long arms, compact bulk to comfortably carry the mass. Moves with balance, flexibility, and knee bend. Quick off the ball to work half man and power through shoulders. So, I ain't mad at it.
So one of the things they talk about here on Draft Buzz, exceptional motor and passion for the game, coupled with a high ceiling due to limited football experience.
Right. Well, I think he's fitting to get some football experience.
Yeah, it says alignment versatility. I think you talked about this.
Right.
Capable of effective play across multiple positions from 0 to 5 tech. So,
yeah, they're going to move him up and down the line. That much is for sure. Try to get him in one-on-ones. I wonder if they're going to try to get back up in the second, or if they're just going to sit at third and take their guy there, or take the next guy there.
Maybe they'll try to move up in the second with like packaging some of the 6th round picks we got.
Well, I think you'd have to probably start getting into picks next year to.
Which might be the case.
Yeah. Shoot, they may just be like F them picks next year because we're going to lose some anyway.
Yeah, that is very, very possible. if we ever had a situation where we only had like 1 or 2 picks or 3 picks or something like that for an entire draft, I don't know if we would stream that.
Oh, dude, that would be so cool. Go live right before we pick.
Yep. And then we're here for the Falcons pick. Hey, that's who we picked. All right, we're back tomorrow, guys.
Speaking of that aspect, we're probably going to do like a draft recap stream on Sunday. Uh, uh, that's the plan right now. Currently, years past, we've gone live right as the draft ended. Don't think we're going to do that this year. I've got some stuff going on. Jonathan might get frisky if he gets bored. But I think that we'll just do a show Sunday afternoon. Yeah, Polk is already gone.
Yep. A
So
lot of wide receivers are gone.
yeah, you're gonna. I think you're gonna see a decent run on them now. I would imagine. Let's see. What is old Twitter saying?
Oh man, I
uh,
can't. People are gonna be like losing their minds.
oh yeah, a lot of the guys that we had on last night are giving the stank face. Uh, 35 is now the. Oh great, he's now the biggest reach of the draft per the consensus big board. The Falcons have made two of the biggest reaches of the draft thus far with Aurora and Michael Penix. But Will McFadden says, to me, it's Aurora's length and ability to play two gaps in run defense, along with his untapped potential as a pass rusher that made him the pick for Atlanta. The gap and a half part of the expected defense is important and should fit well. Also brings versatility. Um,
John Yates is like, Terry using the microwave now, man.
uh,
Now I'll say Scott Karasik. He said top fits for Falcons for day two. Two wide receivers, McConkey and Mitchell, and then on the D line, Johnny Newton, Braden Fisk, and he had
Aurora, Aura,
Ruka Oreo. That's what I'm gonna call it.
Oreo.
Yeah, and Brandon Dorless for defensive or for defensive line. Edge, Braswell, Ellis, and Bralen Trice, and then cornerbacks is McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, and Chris Abrams Drain.
Well, this is you're gonna have some drafts like this. The Rams are on the clock. They're moving up from 52 to 39. So yeah, GA Faithful says I'm just gonna wait till we finish. I like Rook, but in the third. We can think they are reaches, but we won't know until Sunday. Yeah, that's true. Like, look, as we've pointed out many times before, Grady was picked in the fifth. And so don't know like what these guys are gonna be. But we spend months giving our own evaluations and putting our eyes on them and taking in the information. Uh, out here, Falcon Mice is not even wasting our time talking draft next season. uh,
Tavondre Sweat to the Titans.
hmm. Yeah, I mean, some people can consider that a reach. This high in the second. He's a big dude. Those guys have tended to not fare like longevity wise in the league.
I mean, I like Sweat, but
Oh yeah.
again, the biggest problem is some of the character concerns.
Chris says, "Oh, we have been outreached." Dr. Ganja says, Titan said, "Damn that DUI."
Yeah.
We'll just get him an Uber. It'd be all right.
Well,
Keep him out of the bars in Nashville.
They already offer stuff like that to all the players, and they all still do dumb stuff and get caught with guns and pot and all this other stuff in their car when they're speeding. And it's like, you can have your guns, you can have your pot. Just get an Uber or have the league call you a car.
I'm gonna say do that stuff at home.
But I'm totally saying you could do all the same stuff you're doing in a car, just with somebody else's car, so you don't got to worry about it. And then you're not in trouble. and you're not
Right.
suspended, and you're not losing game checks and all kinds of other jazz. Just dumb.
Uh, all I know is it didn't take too long. Like, if you want to consider this being the first year of like Terry Fontenot being at the helm, it did not take long for everybody to turn on him.
Yep.
Dude, like, that's all I heard all off season was, oh, finally Terry's gonna get to cook. He's gonna get to GM. He's gonna get to do the things he wants, and everybody's like, this what you, damn, this what you want to do. Oh,
There's a guy. There's a guy. ATL Will on.
oh yeah.
Like that dude is going off.
Oh,
Like he is
I
like
follow him.
nothing but negativity.
I'm trying not to be, honestly. I'm trying not to be like Uber, like athlete. Oh man, the Rams, they traded up. Are we are we doing like are we holding until it's actually on, or are we just going? Because I refreshed Twitter, so I know who the Rams took.
Who'd they take?
They took Braden Fisk. Like, but they traded up to get, like, there's the run on DTs.
Yep.
So, you can say that, again, like a few years back, Atlanta started the run on wide receivers. And it seems like Atlanta has started the run on DTs.
Yep. And like I said, at the end of the day, there are places out there that had, if you're just looking at defensive tackles, Ruke was showing up at the very top of those lists.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, could you take him in the second? Could he maybe have been there in the third? Who knows? Because the Rams are taking one, Titans took one. Maybe if
Washington took one.
Washington took one. If he's there for any of those picks, do they maybe take him instead of a Devondre Sweat?
Yeah.
Do they take him instead of a Braden Fisk? We don't know. I really like Braden Fisk.
I like. Yeah. GA text boy says, "Come on, Jr. That was a need, and Rook was graded higher than Fisk." No, look, I'm okay with the Rook pick. I'm just talking about, like, I'm just giving you the general reaction of the people that I follow on Twitter and some folks here.
Yeah.
I do find this hilarious. Mr. Smith says, "Bring McKay back, please." All we heard all off season was McKay was the problem.
Yeah. Well, and like that one guy, I just blocked him too, but ATL Will, like,
yeah,
he's basically like, we're looking at a historically bad draft class. I got from 2 picks, and it's like, what? And on top of that, and on top of that, we don't know what these guys are going to do once they hit the field. For all we know, this guy Ruke could come out and just flat dominate.
face. I mean, look, did anybody last year? Okay, they're showing the pieces of the puzzle for the Rams. Kobe Turner and Byron Young last year for the Rams, coached by who? Raheem Morris. They they came in and played great. So
yeah.
Who's to say? Looks like Philadelphia has traded in, or they traded their pick, one or the other.
Well, it just says pick is in.
Okay.
They're happy.
Oh yeah, they took the Commanders pick.
Okay. Pick is in.
Pick is in. I don't think I could ever paint my face for the I love the Falcons, as I have a ton of hats, but the people who paint their face, like grown men who paint their face, I'm like, it just, I don't know. I mean, do what you do, right? It's on you. Paint your face, dress up, whatever. It's just, I don't know. I always found that to be a little odd.
Joe Patrick, friend of the show, tweeted out, and I guess this is the pronunciation guide for our new defensive tackle. He says, "Just think, oh, row, in brackets, your boat."
Your boat. row.
Oh, row.
Oh, looks like the Eagles have picked Cooper DeJean. So that's a good pickup there. I would have liked him on the Falcons, to be honest with you. Yep. Really would have liked him on the Falcons. Yeah, Doctor says, or Josh says, with Quinyon Mitchell and now Cooper DeJean, the Eagles are lucky. Shake my head. Seems like it. Oh, wrong one. He says they've already rebuilt that secondary. Yeah, overnight.
Well,
But
assuming that those guys are good. I mean,
yeah,
we believe they're going to be, but you
right.
never know.
What did Coach Moore say? He said that he was building a team by what they are good at. So why would they draft? Oh, clear. Don't know. I don't know. Don't know what exactly what you're trying to say there.
Basically, it looks like he's like the guys we're drafting. They feel like are the best fits for what they want to do.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Adam Peterson or Patterson says the Eagles and Ravens always draft players that I want. Seems like it. It seems like it.
yep.
Uh,
Yep.
is that you saying that's what the Eagles gave up? 50, 53, and 61? Or 161?
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Jeez.
I do not know.
Um.
Let's see. Oh crap, guys! Roro says he describes his play style as fast and physical and aggressive. So he adds one
As,
more word.
as long as it's not coming from the coaches, I'm cool with it.
He says I'll run through a dark alley with you. I'm that guy that's going to give you effort every single play. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna see.
So Daniel Flick talks about the pick. He's like, 6'4", 290 pounder, had 5 sacks, and was a third team All ACC selection last year.
Hmm. Oh, so New Orleans just traded up. Good Lord. The talented Mr. Ripley, $50. My God, man.
Holy Jesus! Hold on,
Thank you.
hold
A
on.
lot. Like
Yeah, a
you
lot.
need to
Yeah.
put another quote up there. He says, not gonna lie, I'm definitely shocked and a little pissed last night. But after I slept on it and listened to Terry and or TNR exclamation Terry and Raheem on why I'm kind of all right with it. The logic was justified low key, so I'm gonna stay in my non-professional place and watch. Now, at the end of the day, yeah, that's where we're at. Like I could see the logic behind it. I really
yeah.
could. Um, I could see the logic, even if I didn't agree with it. It's always been something I've prided myself in, so to speak. Willie Doc with the $5. We appreciate you, man.
Man.
He says, appreciate the chill stream. Fontenot and Moore's strategy seems to be curious, but I'm optimistic it will somehow come together. Right. This is also us trying to get a handle on what is essentially a new regime. You have a whole new coaching staff. So we'll see how it goes. I can't get over that. Daggum. I wish there was a way I could refund some of that money. That's a
That's a
little
that
crazy.
that's
Thank you.
that
Like
yeah.
that's a little yeah, there's a little bit more of a low key stream today. We're just sitting here chilling
Yep.
tonight. I'm actually fixing to get up here in a minute and go grab me a drink, but um oh,
Oh, this is the Cooper DeJean pick.
okay. Man, they are that far behind. They're
Apparently,
just now getting
they got to do it live, man.
yeah, do it live.
Oh, he's a white guy cornerback.
Yeah, yeah.
Did not know that. The new Jason Sehorn.
Right. There was this a big joke about that's a white corner. Um to Sunday, for the $5. We appreciate you.
Appreciate
He
you
says,
very much.
with the weirdness of the last 2 rounds, who do y'all think we're taking at 74?
Man, I have no
I
idea.
really would like for them. I know it sounds crazy. I would love for them to take like an edge, like an actual edge, whether that's Bralen Trice, because he has connections with Jimmy Lake, maybe like an Austin Booker or something of that nature, maybe even a Jonah Ellis or Gabriel Murphy would be interesting. But at this point, like, is there a, let's see, corner, like some form of defensive back? So corners, let's see who's left. TJ Tampa's still out there. Enos Rakestraw still out there. Kool-Aid's still out there.
Yep.
I don't know if Kool-Aid's going to make it to the third. And he had Answer on the clock. They traded up. Um,
Their pick is in now.
okay. Apparently some folks know it. Let's see. The Eagles jump the Packers. Mm-hmm. So, but I also wouldn't mind, in the third round, a really anything, corner, wide receiver. We don't need much else as far as like I said, I could take an actual edge would be nice. So Taysom Hill. That'd be hilarious. I know they don't, but it'd be hilarious if they took like Spencer Rattler. Willie Doc, it sounds like they felt like there was fixing to be a run on DPs, which happened.
Ouch.
Kool-Aid McKinstry. All right. Well,
yep.
Okay. So moving up in the second with all these teams moving up in the second, it's not as cost prohibitive. Like there was rumors that the first round was going to be crazy. As far as movement, we didn't see a ton of movement. So with that being said, it's cheaper to move around after you get out of the first. I wouldn't mind Kool-Aid, but I didn't think, I thought it was going to be kind of a stretch for him to drop to 3. But now we got to deal with him twice a year.
Yep. Him and what's his face? Lattimore.
Oh yeah, grab him more.
Yeah, Gravamore. You're right. I'm sorry, I mispronounced his name.
Mispronounced his name. Yeah, you hate to see your division rival get a good player.
Yep.
Oh, he looks super stoked, doesn't he?
He gets to go down to the
Stinky Town.
Stinky Town.
Let's see. Oh, that's not a bad. I forgot about Jermaine Burton. Skill wise, he's intriguing, but I heard he's difficult. Like he doesn't like coaching.
Guy.
Yeah, like so that's something. The pick is in for Houston. What do you think they go with? Traded for Stephon Diggs. So, I mean, you got Will Anderson last year. Do you get him a run mate?
Maybe that, or maybe a linebacker.
Ooh,
I don't.
We ain't got any linebackers yet. Junior Colson's still out there. Jeremiah Trotter. That might not be bad. Chris is saying 74, Cole Bishop or Kyrie Jackson. Cole Bishop would be nice in the third round.
Who's Cole Bishop guy?
That's the safety out of USC.
Oh, okay.
Not a USC. Yeah. Utah. Excuse me. Utah.
Yep. I'll take just about any defensive guy out of Utah.
Oh yeah, right.
They generally have good defenses in general.
Mm-hmm.
Kamari Lassiter.
Mm-hmm. Kamari Lassiter. Okay, he was the good defensive back, but a little bit more of a like slower, low 4.6. It was something that Nate Tice and Dane Bugler hit on quite a bit. Like corners that have that 40 time, like historically, like don't do well in the NFL. Like going into the league, they need to be a little faster.
Well, like
So
I could see like a guy who came into the league fast, and then later in his career, he maybe runs more of a 4.6.
yeah, but when you
Uh,
come in
but
at that,
oh yeah,
that's a little.
you don't have the instincts
Mm-hmm.
that you do when you're later in your career. Kind of
All
anticipate.
right. Well, while they take a quick break, I'm gonna go run and grab me another drink real quick,
All right,
and step to the little boys' room. So, talk to the chat.
we'll do. How you doing, chat? Uh, yeah, it's just like I just see so much. You know, there's I see people that are posting stuff like the guy that we picked up in the second. They're like, you traded up to get a guy who would have been there at your 43rd pick, and it's like you know, okay, so what happened the rest of the in between the 35th pick and the 43rd pick? There were three teams that picked up defensive tackles. So there's no guarantee that the guy that they wanted, obviously that they traded up for, would have been there. And they want to make sure they got their guy. I don't have any qualms with them doing what they need to do to get the guy they want. So, um, so okay, so I'm going to ask, like, what do you think the reason why Kool-Aid fell this low? Like, I honestly don't know. Like, I've looked at some of the film on him a little bit. He looked like a good player. We kept hearing he was a first round guy. So, what do we think is his reason for falling from like first round to mid second? I mean, I wouldn't hate on it if we brought in Jonah Ellis at 74 if he's still there. I would not hate that in the slightest. The way things are going, it's possible we may see Marshawn Nealand there in the third. And if you get Marshawn Nealand in the third, I'd be more than happy with that as well. But Jonah Ellis being at 74, I would not be mad at that at all. Okay, so you thinking that he's kind of a tweener? Just like you said, can't figure out exactly what he's kind of don't. They're not sure exactly where he should be, is what it sounds like. So, let's see. Willie asking, what do you think was the offer the Falcons made to jump back in first round for Latu?
Probably their second round and maybe the third round, the
Yeah.
extra third.
Yep.
So something of that nature.
My guess is though, with that kind of you weren't going to be able to get up to like 15, like
Right.
not with that kind of compensation. You might have gotten to like somewhere between mid and early 20s, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Let's see. So what I missed?
sorry,
Anything done?
not really. Like so, there was some talk here about there's a reason why Kool-Aid fell this low, and it looks like to Biggs is saying they may have fallen because they can't figure out where to place him.
Oh, safety or corner.
Safety. So
Yeah. Um.
kind of a tweener.
It looks like there's a run on cornerbacks right now with Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, and then the Cardinals pick is in. Looks like it's a corner as well. Max Milton out of Rutgers. So
That's a name that I haven't even heard mentioned.
I've heard him mentioned as like high part of the next tier of corners. So let's see. Tundy says I think we're gonna get Chris Braswell from Bama in the third. And that might not be bad. I would like I
I
said, I
said
wouldn't mind a traditional pass rusher. somewhere.
The way this is working out here, I was like, Marshawn Nealon might be there in the third.
He might like.
I didn't think he would make it out of the second.
Who is this coming out? That's a big dude. Leonard Davis. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man, yeah.
For the Cardinals, that's a big dude.
Oh yeah, offensive lineman.
Large fella.
Yes.
Large fella. Let's see.
Um, I don't know. Like I know, like we talked last year, in the lead up to the draft, and like one of the guys that I really wanted was Jalen Carter and all this other stuff. And then when he was
Mm-hmm.
there, we didn't pick him. Like I seriously want like I wish we could have prime Grady Jarrett back somehow or another. Like I would love to see that, like with what potentially is what we're going to be seeing with the rest of the defense. I think the
Mm-hmm.
rest of the defense. I think the defense will be okay. I don't. I think it's going to be a great defense. I mean, it could be. You just never know. Like different coaches can do crazy things with players, but I think we'll be okay on defense, even with what we have. Um, but I would love to see like prime grade Jarrett. But I just want like a really awesome defensive tackle because when you get that really awesome defensive tackle, the ripple effects out to the rest of that defense is so great.
Yeah, I agreed. It's going to be interesting because yes, the defense did take a step forward last year, but now you have lost what was presumably the driving force, which was Ryan Nielsen, and how much of him was a driving force. Like that's something that we're going to have to figure. Like remains to be seen because we did keep Jerry Gray and we did keep Dave Huxtable.
Yeah, so Huxtable, my understanding is he's the D line guy,
Right.
like he's their D line. He was Nielsen's D line guru.
Yeah. So we'll see. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I can understand the thought process, like, or at least like on the surface. Um,
Yeah,
you know, this could turn out to be one of the more like head scratching. It's only 2 picks, so we'll see. Um, any leads? Oh, okay. You said legs, but I think you meant leads on the DN from Cincinnati. I don't know because the last thing I read about Trey Hendricks was like he was debating on retiring. So any guy who's like debating on retiring, I'm debating if I want him or not. I
yeah,
don't know if he's just using that as like, well, if you ain't gonna pay me, I'm gonna retire. Kind of a like as only leverage. But
yeah.
if a player is truly contemplating retirement, then that's what he needs to do is retire. In my opinion.
Jackson Powers Johnson
Oh yeah,
finally comes off the board.
that's Chris's boy,
Yeah,
Jackson Powers Johnson.
went to Las Vegas.
All right, yeah, they needed to rebuild that line, or at least start to anyway.
Yep, it's gonna take
Uh,
a little bit, but yeah. Uh, I just we, the with the kind of guy that this guy seems to be a Roro.
Roro,
Uh, Roro. Yeah, we're just gonna call him Roro.
Roro,
Yeah,
or just
Roro.
call him Rook.
There you go. Rook. When you read up on him, the thing that sticks out to me is like the passion for playing football. Like, and he's a guy who's passionate about the game, loves playing it, and he's inexperienced. To but not but he's still been able to produce enough to be able to get drafted into the NFL.
I'll
And
tell you this: like he's not a guy I paid a ton of attention to. I heard some
oh,
good things about him. From guys like Dane, and when I was listening to the Athletic, I'm interested in digging into his tape and watching. That was kind of part of what I decided to do this year was not spend a ton of time in like scouring over every individual player.
Yeah.
But I was going to wait until like we picked who we picked, and then I can really focus in on who we're going to take and things like that.
Ooh, Edgerrin Cooper,
Oh, linebacker. He's the first one off. Okay.
first linebacker to Green Bay.
Long, rangy, explosive blitzer, comp to Patrick Queen. All right.
I like Patrick Queen.
Yeah, Patrick Queen
Oh
went bad.
God,
Oh, bam.
jeez.
I also wouldn't mind like third, fourth round grabbing Caden's brother, Jonah Ellis.
Yeah, we were definitely talking about that while you were gone. Like
Oh, yeah.
Jonah Ellis at 74. Um, I saw him comped a lot to the a third, but more likely to the fourth. Oh, trade. Carolina's trading their pick.
Trading up, looks like. Trade. Panthers are on the clock. Interesting.
Their pick is in.
I don't know, like Blizz. Well, okay, I can understand your thought process with like pissing off the QB. What makes you think they pissed off anybody on the D line? Like, there's such a heavy rotation on the D line. If you're talking about like pissing off Grady, if that's, I'm assuming that's what you're alluding to there. Why would Grady be mad? Like, he's still gonna play and he's still gonna get
Yeah.
paid. Like, there's a little difference in that situation. I can see where you're coming from with the, QB, but I don't think I agree there. Um, Willie says, "What part of the offseason do you like most, draft or free agency?" I myself like the draft. Um, this tends to be like last few years, like my time of the year. Like the
Yeah.
whole off season, like the um team building aspect, I enjoy as much and sometimes more than um what you call than the actual season. Uh,
Well,
so
because I can understand why somebody would feel that way too, because there's almost like a limitless potential.
right, hope
Yeah.
hope springs eternal, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, like the potential of this guy, and the ceiling could be here, and then when you start playing and you start seeing, and you're like, oh well, maybe not,
Yep.
As somebody who's tends to be more optimistic, uh, tends to be more on the optimistic side. Um, I think I like the off season. Let's see,
Jonathan Brooks
the
to
running back.
Carolina. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he was probably the best, either him or Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah.
But second, that's interesting. If you got to say the words "win healthy," that worries me.
A little bit. I mean,
Well,
if this was the first time him being really injured, then that's not as big a deal. But yeah, like it's not something you want to hear about a running back
mhm.
attached to a running back. Well, when
they
this running back is
traded.
healthy,
The Panthers traded their 52nd overall and then 2 fifth-round picks.
oh, so
So
they
that's not too expensive to come up.
no.
Swapping seconds and giving up 2 fifths. It'll
Oh,
be
the other problem
interesting,
then you don't do anything in the fifth round.
right? You just kind of walk, yeah. You sit back and chill.
Yeah,
Jonathan, you're disappearing over
I'm doing it on purpose.
there. Disappearing act. Um, APT says Terry Fontenot is playing a dangerous game with these outlandish picks. He left so much off the table. I hope he proves us wrong. I mean, yeah, of course. Like you definitely want to be, if that's the feelings that you have, Yeah, you would definitely want to be proven wrong. But
I don't think that's. I don't even necessarily. Okay, I will give you the quarterback. That was completely out of left field. Did not think that was going to happen.
right.
This guy in the second round. Okay, you moved up what 7 spots,
And you
or eight,
gave up a
eight,
third
eight
that
spots.
you gave up a third that you didn't necessarily that wasn't your third anyway.
Yeah. So you give up a third that wasn't yours. It was yours, but from a trade. And So you still have your third round. You didn't give up the entire third round. You move up 8 spots to get what you believe to be the guy. And this guy is not exactly bottom of the barrel defensive tackle wise. Again, depending on where you're looking, he's right up there with the defensive tackles at the top of the list. So this guy, if you felt like this was where you wanted to get this guy, you wanted him at 43. But again, if you're starting to feel like, man, I don't know, like we saw Washington, Tennessee,
And you had a run on D tackles
yeah, you had a
right
little bit
there.
of run there. And if you felt like he wasn't going to make it to you, then you go get your guy. Um, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks. You just go get your guy.
Yep. You have to stick to your convictions in that aspect. Like, if that's your dude. Like, I don't know if anybody saw like the pick for Kobe Turner, like that War Room video where he's like, if that's your guy, you're like, if that's your conviction, let's go get him. Let's take him. And so that's what you got to do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think if we grab a wide receiver now, it's really looking, maybe fourth round. Somebody, though. Let's see. Let's take a look at wide receivers and see who's.
Where are you going to see who's available? Like
Oh, I'm just looking at the big board and going, okay, this guy's been taken. This guy's been taken.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I'm just doing it off my own head. I think Roman Wilson's still out there. Malachi Corley.
Troy Franklin's still out there.
Yeah, Troy Franklin's still out there. Malik Washington, Brendan Rice.
Malachi Corley.
Yeah, Jalen McMillan, Javon Baker. So there's still, a handful of decent. Is Rice there? Yeah, Rice is still there. Nobody's taken Brendan Rice yet. Right now, Adonai Mitchell's still there, who had a first,
Yep.
second round grade on him.
Yep.
So, I mean, Ricky Pearsall, if you want to talk about reaches, he had a second, third round grade, and San Francisco took him at the end of the first. So,
Yep.
Then same thing with Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, I heard Xavier Worthy was like second,
third
round,
and the Chiefs took him, at the end of the first.
yeah, late
So,
20s, I think.
mm-hmm. GA Troy says the bright side remembers that the Falcons only have to have a better record than 3 teams to make the playoffs. I mean, hey, you run the South and you're in.
Yep.
So
Yep. That's all it takes.
that's it. That is all it takes.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. Oh, I guess I could have done that. I could have removed myself from the stream. All right. So New York Giants pick is in. Let's see. Bengals and all right. Rodney Barber. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Go get Jalen McMillan in the third. If he's still sitting there, that might be interesting. At least there would be some familiarity. Let's see. Tyler Nubin. I would have liked him to add to the secondary. Willie Doc says, since we chilling tonight, how might things be if the draft came first, like it used to be? You talking about the draft? That would definitely, like right now, free agency in a sense influences, your draft, right? Because if the draft had come first and you took Penix, would you then still be willing to pay Kirk Cousins, right? So that would be interesting. But that's why they changed it, is because the veterans were like, oh, this is keeping us from getting paid, and getting on a team, because teams were putting more chips in the draft or banking more on the draft. So that last, like, that bargaining agreement, I think it was 2011 when they redid it. That's when it changed, because the draft used to be before it, and that did heavily influence. Um, yeah, the I think, like I said, I think it was 2011 when they changed it. Uh, right now it seems bad, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and try to sugarcoat it. We'll have to see how it eventually ends out. Like, I've never been a big fan of draft grades, because I always felt like you can't grade a pick, any pick, until it's 2-3 years down the road. So it's going to be it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But right now, yeah, on the surface, it's not looking great. In a few years, we hope to have a different tune. We hope to have a different tune. Let's see. Let's see. There's another D tackle, Mason Smith, D tackle at LSU. 6'5". Ooh, that's a big boy. Yeah, that's a
6'5" defensive tackle.
yes. Damn, that's a big boy.
He doesn't look like a defensive tackle.
No, he looks like an O lineman.
He looks like a tight end. Like, just the way his body looks, because he's so tall.
Well, Chris, I would say, like, projected to go fourth is depending on who you're reading, because, like I've clearly said earlier, he was projected to be, second, third at the latest. So projections, that's fine. You can go by that if you want to. Those are in the eye of the beholder.
Yep.
My daddy used to always tell me that something that you're trying to sell is only worth what somebody will pay you for. So you can sit here and say, "Oh, I got this mint blah 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 baseball card or comic book that's worth $5,000." If nobody's willing to give you $5,000 for it, guess what?
It ain't worth
It ain't worth
$5,000.
$5,000. If all anybody willing to give you is $5 for it, then it's worth $5. So I understand that's something we talk about every year when we get here. You can't live and die on projections and what you've seen in mock simulators.
Yep.
They're fun, but just because on a simulator you're able to get a guy in the 5th round consistently, you don't know what information is being fed into that simulator. You don't know how often it's being fed into it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some simulators that maybe get updated once. So we'll see. Idea. Tony Khan. For anybody who watches wrestling, Tony Khan's wearing a neck brace in the Jags war room, like, because he got hurt at AEW.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like another D tackle.
Yep.
Chris Jenkins. Let's see.
Yeah. So, like, again, at the end of the day, every team is going to look at, and the big board for every team is going to be, you're going to have some similarities, but you're going to have a lot of guys that are in way different spots on everybody's board.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, obviously, we thought very highly of Ruke. Okay, or Rook. We thought very, very highly of him because we traded assets to get to him.
Yep.
Yeah. So, we'll see how it pans out. If he could be like the Nigerian Nightmare Part 2, I'd be totally down with that.
That would be amazing.
That's I'm gonna tell you right now, like one of the most fearsome looking running backs I've ever seen in my entire life was Christian Okoye.
Oh yeah.
That dude was nuts.
So, uh, yeah, Dr. Khan just says we actually control the draft. Teams don't move until we pick. I mean, a
Exactly.
few years back it was a few years back it was wide receivers. Um, it's and this year seems to be D tackles. Pick again for
Washington.
Washington.
Yep.
What? How many more we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 34. So about a little over halfway through second round.
Let's see. Let's see. Chris Jenkins. Oh, hold on. They might not have. Let's see. Chris Jenkins shows up as like the third or the eighth ranked overall defensive line guy.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Who is this
like
guy? It's the first time I'm even hearing.
I've heard the name, but like I've heard some people who were like, oh that's a nice pick, you know what I'm saying? Or like that's a nice player.
Yeah.
Doctor says Santrill is a DQDB. So Willie, which is the more justified reason for Cousins to be upset? Not getting the pieces to help right away, or B, ego in having his future replacement next to him. I think it would be the first. Like Cousins in and of himself should like he got drafted in the same draft as RG3. Like both like you know what I'm saying? So in that aspect, he shouldn't be because he was the replacement. You see what I'm saying?
Well, he
Like
was the backup plan,
that's what
essentially.
I'm saying. Like he was the backup plan or whatever you want to call it. And like he was the potential replacement. And so that much I don't think should have bothered him. But if it's the whole idea of, hey, I wanted to get some long term guarantees. I wanted a team to buy into me for more than 2 years, and you felt like you had that, and all right, they're going to get me some help, whether it be on the defensive side of the ball, whatever. Like get the team some help, and then you draft a guy who, if everything goes well, as far as like if you're Kirk Cousins, you draft a guy who's going to sit for the next 3-4 years, or as Terry put it, 4 or 5 years. Which
He what he
I
said was if we have a guy that's sitting for 4 to 5 years, that means things are really humming along. And
oh yeah, but like still,
there's nothing wrong with that.
I'll
And
say this.
I will agree with him on that. Like, look, if we come 4 years down the road and we have been successful enough that Kirk Cousins has played every single snap of every single one of those 4 years, okay, then that means that things are going super great. Okay. And to the point where we may have either won or we're in contention to win a Super Bowl. Okay. Like that's where we're at that point. And at that point, I'm not going to care about a first round pick from 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't care. I honestly don't.
I understand that. I really do. But either like whether you care about it or not, and again would be my point is that it would be a wasted pick. Like you could if you're not going to use it, if it's going to sit there and your perfect scenario is that, oh, like he doesn't play for 4 or 5 years, that means we got a good problem. Ha ha ha. Okay, well then you damn sure could have used something else. Especially if a guy like let's just say a Dallas Turner or a Latu like go off. Like now you could have had both your great quarterback play and a complimentary pass rush to go along with it. So that's the other side of that coin. You know,
Right, but again, at the end of the day, we don't know what this defense, from a pass rush perspective, is going to look like.
nope, sure
We
don't.
have no idea. For
Nope.
all we know, we could lead the league in sacks this year, and then did it really matter that we didn't get a pass rusher in the first round? No.
Like it was a few
Did it
years
matter we
back.
didn't get a pass rusher, an edge in the second round? No. Nobody's going to care.
No, and again, you're right. If frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass when they jumped. So like we could do the if
Yes.
game all day long, but I'll bring up like the historical point. To your point, a few years back, like what Baltimore had the most sacks in the entire league and got bounced in the first round of the playoffs, or didn't even make the playoffs that year.
Yeah.
So again, only thing
And
that matters is winning.
yeah,
That's it. Like it doesn't matter how we get there. And
I do not have a problem with with whether it's the Falcons or any team. Honestly, I don't have a problem if they believe in the guy they're picking, even if the belief is he's not the guy today. But this is a guy we want on our team because in 2 or 3 years he's going to be the guy for us. Especially at the quarterback position, because the last thing we want to be is we don't want to be, in 3 to 4 years, because I can almost guarantee that like he's going to retire at the end of this contract unless we get rid of him after 2 years. Maybe he goes and tries to play one more season somewhere else. Maybe, but if he's around for all 4 seasons of this contract, then he's going to end up retiring. And then right now we have secured the future as best we can against getting back into QB purgatory.
no, yeah, no doubt. And then look, at the end of the day, if it all don't work, then we'll be talking about a new head coach and GM anyway. So, you
Yeah,
know,
possibly.
it is what it is. Zach Frazier, one of the other O linemen,
Yeah.
going to Arthur Smith's Steelers.
Yep.
He gets him a new center. 6'2", 313.
That's a big center.
Let's see.
So, 6'2" is about right for a center. Like 6'1", 6'2" is generally about right for a center. But the over 300 pounds, 313, that's big for a center. They're generally right at 300 or sometimes even just a little under. Or maybe a little bit over, but not 13 pounds.
Here's an interesting thing. Is like I'm just my pimp mode. Corlin says, "I'm just glad we ain't let the Saints get Michael Penix and have that come back and haunt us for the next 10 years." There was reportedly, I didn't go look at it, but reportedly there was like Saints message boards that were doing more defending of the pick than the Falcons message boards.
Yep.
Talking about they were pretty upset that they didn't, like, they wanted to draft Penix to sit for a year or two behind Carr and take over. So
Maybe we can start the new trend. Not that we started it, but because you can always go back and say, well, it was Green Bay that did it. It was Kansas City that did it. Whatever you want to look at. But I would like to see, because I think too many times, whether it's a good team, bad team, whatever, too many times we see first round quarterbacks that you're taking in the top 10, so you're expected to go and be the starter, and you get put in there and deer in headlights, or it just they're just not ready yet, but they have to play because they're first round, top 10, top 15, whatever pick, so they have to start. I would love to see going back to being a little bit more patient with the quarterback position, because again, it's the toughest position to play in the game. One of the toughest positions to play in all of sports,
right.
and to expect a young rookie kid, even Penix, like everybody talks about his age like he's some old man. He's 24 or 23, will be 24 when the season starts. So he's still a kid. And to throw a kid into the NFL, some it works out for him. Others it doesn't.
I bought a house at 23, dog. I'm no kid.
But you know what I'm saying.
Grown man. No, I get it. Most like I said, hey, at the end of the day, I hope my overreaction or my reaction yesterday is definitely proven wrong. I'm not nearly as, reactive about the Ruke pick. I've heard some good things about him. It doesn't seem to be, far off. As far as, you know, what we're, what you're going to get,
Yeah.
So who are the Colts picking?
I don't know. They got the guy I wanted in the first round. Dang it. Oh, I can tell you if you want me to.
I can too. It's Adonai Mitchell.
Yep, A.D. Mitchell.
A.D. Mitchell. Mitchell. Getting Anthony Richardson a big fast weapon.
Yep. What are we looking like? Let's see. Wide receiver.
Is A.D. Mitchell 6'4"?
6'2".
Oh, okay.
6'2" and a quarter. Says 205. Yeah, he's 205.
Yep. Chris says 21 more picks to go.
Yep.
Chris, I need you to give me an update every pick. All right, 20.
Every single one. Give us the countdown, man. Yeah, Troy Franklin, I think might be the guy that I would like to get. Definitely add him in with Mooney, and you got a couple of like serious downfield threats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although, I mean, I'm not gonna scoff at Roman Wilson, but he doesn't have quite the size of a Troy. Troy Franklin's got him by about 3 inches.
Yeah, Roman Wilson's more of your like slot shifty guy. Like I like Roman Wilson.
Yeah, that's why I wanted McConkey.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like
guy.
To me, like Roman Wilson falls in that Pearsall McConkey range. So he's just a tier down from them in my opinion.
So now, if another little run on the wide receivers happens, maybe we try to jump back up here. But we'll see.
Who knows? GA Faithful says, appreciate y'all doing this. Hey, we appreciate y'all hanging out with us.
And I love sitting here talking with chat, talking with JR. This is what we've talked about it before. There are definitely times where I'm like, all right, I got to do the show tonight or whatever. But then whenever we get on the show,
whenever it's go time,
once the lights come on and we're actually live, man, like this is one of the highlights of my week every single week.
Yep. There are times that I dread it, but as soon as I hit go live, it is definitely a good time.
Walker. Is Walker wide receiver? I'm just trying to think. Oh, Devontae
Walker, yeah. He's
holy Jesus. Dude ran a 4.36.
Yeah, like he's quick, but he was one like it's the Senior Bowl practice and in the game he was like dropping everything. Which
so what you're saying is he's the next Jamar Chase.
Right. Yeah, dropped everything in preseason.
Yep.
Let's see.
He's coming in at like number 18, which will be kind of in that same area, but he's coming in at like 18 as far as wide receivers go on Draft Buzz. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like Commanders took the first tight end.
Second tight end.
Or second tight end, yeah, because Brock Bowers went last night. Ben Sinnott. Let's
see.
He will learn from Zackert in Cliff Kingsbury's offense.
6'4", right at 4'6", 250 pounds.
That's good. That's moving.
Yeah, that's a good time for a tight end.
Mm-hmm. I love when people just know. Because I
Yeah.
tweeted out, it says, "Please, Falcons, can you make this somewhat right?" And I was like tweeting out like Johnny Newton. Somebody just replied to it, "No." Thank you for your insight there, guy. Thank you for your insight. Let's see here. What is so for giggles? Willie says if Arthur Smith was here, who might uh, who would he have drafted in the first round at 8? He would have definitely taken Brock Bowers.
Oh yeah.
100%. Like he'd
Yeah.
100% taken Brock Bowers. And then in this, he would have taken. He might have taken another center, or he
He
might have
might
finally.
take gone with an O lineman.
Yeah, I was about to say he might have gone with a lineman, or he might have stuck with a D tackle, but definitely would have gotten Brock Bowers in the first round. Millie Mills, sorry,
Wrong one. I was actually going there.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he has not gone yet.
Right. Talent wise, I wouldn't mind Jermaine Burton in the third, but I've heard he's like. What I've heard is he was on the crap list at Georgia and Alabama. So
Yeah.
yeah, right. So I don't know if that necessarily bodes well for him. Let's see. So it sounds like the Colts made offers to trade up from 15 to try to get a skill position, but they stay pat in the second round and get Adonai Mitchell.
Wait, they tried to move up from 15?
Yeah, yesterday. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Like to hear all these people, like, were they just not offering anything? You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Benson, strong hand, solid blocker, elusive. That's right. ED says, "Let's go Falcons. Let's drive." That's right. Let's go. Man, Millie Millie says Ruke doesn't look bad. Dude probably grow on us. Definitely athletic. I tell you that. But and that's the thing. Like athleticism and the way he projects is um really one of the better ones.
if he seems like a guy with the kind of athletic ability that he's got, that if he had started playing, a
A
few
little
years
sooner.
earlier, just a little sooner, because that's the kind of the knock on him right now, is that he's just kind of raw. He hasn't had a lot of experience playing, but he's still produced and has looked great doing it, even with the lack of experience. So he's a little raw. So
Mm-hmm.
if he had started playing football a little sooner, this guy's probably uh, you know first round talent kind of guy, would be my guess.
Damn. Darth Mingo says commentators just there to gaslight us. I don't know if I can believe anything they're saying. I'm assuming you're talking about the TV commentators. Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? Like, just crap on every pick? Yeah, that wouldn't make for good TV.
Exactly.
Like, that's why, like, when you do get a big reaction every now and again, is it's like, oh, okay. When they get totally caught off guard, that's when it's kind of fun.
Yes, like with the Falcons picking Penix at
Right,
8, everybody's
right.
like, "What?"
What? Yeah, yeah. You got some Real reaction there. So
So, Ruke, I guess, gave an interview to AtlantaFalcons.com, and the quote they've got from him is, "I'm physical. I'm aggressive. I want to run through dark alleys.
yeah,
I'm the guy that's going to run through a wall for you."
yeah, there it is.
And they're like, "All right then."
All right, so the Browns select Michael Hall Jr., another defensive tackle. So all
Yep.
your defensive tackles are definitely coming off the board here in the second round. So oh, I can see the round 3 in our sights.
I know it's getting here. It's getting close.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be with this person on Twitter. It's like, I can't stand a lot of Falcons fans hating on every single draft pick we make. If you don't know the player, he's trash. Most of the fans don't even watch college football. It's the worst. I stand with you, Matt.
There it is. Let's see. Sorry. Making
So
some great TV here.
Atlanta Falcons Twitter put out a college highlights for Ruke, and the little message above it just goes row.
Row. Yeah, I saw that. Millie says, "What was the young DT who got who hurt his knee? I think that was a kid out of LSU, not the one that just got drafted, but they had like 3 or 4 DTs or 2 or 3 DTs. I think it was one of them. I agree with Chris. There's still some good players on the board, like still on the still. I mean, Marshawn Nealon's still on the board, like
Yeah,
so. Um, he's still on the board. You got, let's see. Like I said, you got Troy Franklin, is it no Jalen McMillan, Brendan Rice, Malik Washington,
your boy
like
McCaffrey.
my boy McCaffrey, that Jared Bernhardt size hole in my heart.
Yep.
Let's see, edge rushers. Let's see who's still out there. Marshawn Nealon, Adesai Isaac, Chris Barnwell or Bracewell,
Yep.
Austin Booker, Bralen Trice, Jonah Ellis, Gabriel Murphy, Jalix Hunt.
Yep. Like, I could actually see Braswell being the guy because he's more of a linebacker / edge, and if you're going to be playing in a bunch of like 3-4 type looks, that's maybe more what you're looking for. Because I can imagine potentially, again, big caveat, does he even make it to training camp? We'll see. But I can see a line like a front seven of like Eddie Goldman in the center, with flanked by Grady Jarrett and then Onyemata and or Rook, right? Or Taquan Graham or Onyemata or whoever. And then on the outside, one side you got Ebiketie. On the other side, you got maybe Braswell or Troy Anderson. And then in the middle, you're going to have Ellis and Landman.
Right.
And I'd be okay with that.
Millie says, "No, JR, the young guy we got who fumbled the fumble recovery in the Chargers game."
Oh, what was that dude's name? That wasn't Zach.
Was that
Harrison.
Zach Harrison?
No, that
No,
wasn't Zach Harrison.
it was Taquan Graham. Is who he's talking about.
Yeah, Taquan Graham. Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, we still got him. We'll see how that goes. T T Dub says, John, you can't be serious about Goldman.
I said it was a caveat.
And humidity 99.
Whew. I said with the caveat that he actually makes it there.
he's
We'll
he's
see.
over there like looking at that Georgia heat, going, "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
Yep. I would really like to see him play this year. Actually play this year.
Hopefully he takes a step forward. Ruke Millie says, yeah, he's better than Taquan, that's for sure. Yeah.
I want to see Taquan at least get back to what he was before the injury. Like if he can get back to that, then I will. Then I think he is more than serviceable as a rotation piece.
Mm-hmm. From my Clemson source, Rook's the man. Probably didn't test the best at the combine, but he's certified grizzly bear in the trenches. Wants to play some GD football, 40-yard dash time aside.
Yeah. Well, and that's not even that bad. I think he's
thought he had a pretty good one.
For a guy that's right at about 300, 295, 300 pounds. 4.9 is not bad.
Sour Pickle, he's back. He says draft looks awful. So we traded up to get a guy we could have gotten later. I hate that type of thinking. Like you don't know that. So anyway, crazy. We just dropped a second, third for that when Newton was there. Maybe they were more concerned about Newton's foot. As far as that being something that could show back up. So I'm not giving you an excuse. I'm giving you what I think could be a reason.
But also, like at the end of the day, like we've now seen a ton of defensive tackles come off the board. Like we've seen a bunch of them.
Yep.
There's no guarantee that if we had and between the pick that we moved up to and the pick we moved out of, it was 8 picks, and even within that, we saw like 3 or 4 defensive tackles go. And this guy, we don't know for sure that any one of those teams that took a defensive tackle, one of those 3 teams wouldn't have taken our guy.
Right.
We don't know that. So
Chris, don't put stuff out like there you don't want me to screenshot now.
I already screenshotted it, so
that's done. Click.
Done.
Huh. Thank you, Willie. I appreciate you. You and my mama might be the only person that has ever complimented my singing voice.
Because she's obligated to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they kind of have to, right? There's no telling. I know, like I get it. That's part of that's what you're saying there, and the thought process that you have there is the part as fans who pay attention to the draft, as people who want to sit here and talk about it for 3 or 4 hours and listen to folks talk about it. Like we get to where we have, this guy's better than this guy, and I'm just as guilty of it. So I'm not going to sit here and try to say I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that you can't always, like, teams view things differently. But like we have to keep that caveat in their head. They may have felt like the few moves they made in the secondary was made for a more like value at the DT position.
Oh, dang it.
What?
Looks like Cowboys are getting one of my guys.
Oh. Who are they getting?
Maybe. At least per Josh Gillum.
Well, Jordan Schultz also confirmed that Marshawn Nealon to the Cowboys.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I liked him.
I did too. Like Oscar says, only reason we jumped up to get him is because Dan Quinn was going to draft him. And Morris knows what to look for in DTs. Like he fits that mold of a inside out guy that Dan Quinlan would like. A guy that you could play inside, outside and then kick inside on nickel downs. So,
well, like I said, there's just no way to know. There's no way to know that the guy we wanted enough to move up in the draft to go get him was going to make it past the 3 teams that took defensive tackle ahead of the pick that we moved out of.
Right.
Yeah.
Chris, I agree with this statement. It says I
Oh
definitely
yeah.
believe the league values players differently than the media and the fans. And right, and we spend, as pseudo media and definitely fans, we spend 3 months from the end of the season to the draft, like looking at all these guys, going, "Oh, this guy definitely slots here." And by the time we get here, it's concreted in our mind that, "Oh, this guy's definitely this."
Yep.
When that's definitely not the case. Your boy Deezy says, I'm still tripping off bro's name. LOL, Ruke coming off the line barking.
That's awesome.
I completely agree, Willie. I think Fontenot is speaking in hyperbole. Unless Cousins is bawling out of his mind, there will be pressure to start Penix in the fall of 26. I don't know about pressure, but that's definitely an expectation.
Yeah.
Let's
Like I
see.
said, uh, I think unless things are going really, really, really well with the team, then the likelihood is that Cousins will probably play absolutely no more than 3 years of this contract, but probably closer to two before you move on. Again, unless something super crazy happens and we're like on the cusp of and or winning. And I'll even say this. Let's say that we come this time next year, we get into the season and we do great and we actually go and win a Super Bowl. I think if you win a Super Bowl, Cousins is gone the next year. And I think
Yeah,
he's gone.
they might just ride off and be like, "Yep, I'm out."
Yep.
Um, so we'll see. Like we'll see how it all unfolds. Or I think there's just as high, if not higher, of a probability that here in a few years we're like, well, that sucked. You know what I'm saying? Because of just like hit rate on that position, because it is such a hard position. But I'll say this: if Love hits, and like we think if he can builds on what he did last year, and I'm talking
Yeah.
about Green Bay's Love, like if Love hits and then Penix hits, it could be enough to restart that trend of letting quarterbacks sit. You've win a decade plus of. I would love to know how many quarterbacks have been drafted in the first round since '08 that are no longer in the league. I bet you it's a staggering number.
Oh yeah.
So
There's plenty of guys out there that were either thrown to the wolves, were never
right,
given a shot, a serious shot. So that's just because they probably didn't show it in practice, all that kinds of good stuff. But yeah, that's that would be a really high number, I would imagine.
hmm well, looks like the Buccaneers pick's already in.
Have the Buccaneers made a pick before this? Did they
I
pick in the
think
first
so.
round?
I think so.
I don't remember seeing them.
Let's see.
Could be wrong though. I'm very often wrong.
24.
So there's 57.
Draft tracker load.
They were 26, I think. It looks like.
Yeah, they were towards the end, and they picked. Oh, come on. Oh, that's because you're. Nobody needs all that. Let's see. Bengals. They picked Graham Barton, a center out of Duke,
Okay.
and they picked now in the second round Chris Braswell from Alabama, the edge
Oh,
rusher.
yep. Dang it.
Yep. So he was the 8th overall edge rusher. Positive Day says, y'all look what happened to Fields. He got sent to Chicago with no help. Right. And not just Fields. I mean, and then you can look at a whole different situation. The San Francisco 49ers gave up a lot of picks to go get Trey Lance, who I liked in that draft. And they jumped us in that draft to go get Trey Lance because there was a strong feeling that they were going take him. And now Trey Lance is backing up Dak Prescott. So, like,
Yep.
we don't know.
He was like the number one overall pick,
Yeah,
like the guy.
right.
And every time he actually, whether it was preseason, did he even play any regular
He
season games?
played like 2 or 3 regular season games.
He looked absolutely horrible.
Yeah, he's god awful. And so, Chris puts Penix having time to work on those few deficiencies could be trouble for the league. And I might forget that he went to Washington. Right, exactly, Chris. You might forget that he went to Washington. Now he's got, he's a dirty bird. So
Yeah,
the Washington thing's got to go away, right? Right? Maybe. I don't know.
right. I agree.
See, that's why I said I couldn't be like I can't be a fan of like a true fan of college and the pros. Because like say I decided to be like a true Georgia fan, because that would be the most um, logical pick, right? And so if I was a true Georgia fan and then the Falcons drafted a Bama player, like that would feel dirty, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's almost like you got to have the same mentality of like separating the artist from the art, right? It's like, all right, this guy we just drafted, he's from Alabama. I hate Alabama, but he's no longer with Alabama. He's now
Yep.
with Atlanta.
Yep.
This guy is he made some mistakes in his previous life. He's now in his new life, and we're all good. All right, sweet.
Take the choice out of his hands. Now he makes a good choice. No,
Yeah. Uh, Graham Barton, round one. Who's this? Oh, you already said Braswell.
yes, Braswell. The
Dang, those were a couple of guys that I was really hoping were going to be there, but we didn't even get close. I'll say this: like, I would much rather lose them here than get to like 72 and then or even 73.
I like right
It's
at
like
it.
and right at it, and it's like,
Yeah.
and it's a team that you look at and you're like, they don't need this guy, so I think we're gonna get and then the next thing you know they're picking. I'm like, what the man? No, you're supposed to go this way and pick this guy over here because that's what you need.
Let's see. Coveted says I was stunned like everyone else last night. Regardless, though, all these guys are Falcons after tomorrow night, and they will have my full support. And that's the game. Like, I don't want Penix to fail because if Penix
Yeah.
fails, that means my team is failing. So I
Yep.
want Penix to succeed, straight up and down. All right, so I'm pulling up Dan Bugler's like full on big board. We pick what 70? What'd you say? 74.
74.
So who's in that range on his big board? Jalen Polk,
He
uh,
gone.
Brandon Dorlus. There's you another like defensive tackle, defensive end kind of guy.
Yeah.
Cole Bishop's still there.
Yeah.
We can get another QB with Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Willie Doc with a $5. We
Oh,
appreciate you
really?
greatly, Willie. He
Appreciate it,
says
man.
the stream is like watching the Masters in Augusta on a Friday afternoon. Thanks for engaging conversation and analysis. Yeah, like I mean, we appreciate it. That's why we do this.
I loved yesterday, but I kind of needed today after yesterday.
And that's why, like I said, I reached out to a few people, but I didn't like press hard, because I did kind of just want a chill, relaxing experience. Yeah, TJ Tampa's still out there,
Yeah.
and where's TJ Tampa? He's in a 55 range, so if we got him there, that could potentially be
A steal.
a steal.
Yeah.
Who else? Because like, okay, Dane Bugler is a guy who I trust, so to speak, and
Yeah.
that I think and even like his big board, Chris Bracewell, who just got picked, he has him as his 67th best player, and so that's 10 picks too soon. So just is what it is.
Where did he have
Ruke Orhorhoro. Let's see. I can find a. Let's see. Where is old
It's Ruke Orhorhoro.
51 is what he had him.
Right.
So
He's still in the second round, and that
right.
if he went exactly at that pick, then he's still in the second round. So I'm not worried if we took him a
A
little earlier
little,
than
yeah.
what some guy, some analyst thought he rated as.
Yep, agreed.
Oh, Bullard
Hmm.
going to Green Bay.
Yeah, they like them some Georgia players as well. Texans pick is in.
Yeah, we're starting to speed up here.
As they should.
Yes, they should.
As they should. Let's see.
I wouldn't mind. I'll be honest. I wouldn't have minded having Edgerrin Cooper.
Oh no, yeah, no, that'd have been nice.
Let's see who's left at linebacker here.
Ray Monfort says, I'll go corner next. Yeah, I think corner might, let's see who's left corner wise. Table of contents. Cornerbacks. So you got TJ Tampa, Enos Rakestraw, Andrew Phillips. So there's a few. Blake Fisher. Texans got no lineman. No, Rakeshaw has not been drafted yet. Not that I'm aware of. Could be wrong.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard his name.
Yeah, DJ Dames. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter. He's still there. He's like the number 6 linebacker out there.
Right.
Junior Colson, has he already been taken?
Nope. He's one of the more high. There's only been one linebacker taken so far, and that was Andrew Cooper.
Technically, Braswell and Dallas Turner are in that as well. So,
you know what I'm talking about when I say linebacker.
I know. Peyton Wilson, he's like the number 2 guy on Draft Buzz, but apparently there's some
medical concerns.
Injury history concerns.
Yeah.
But Junior Colson, 6'2", 238, runs a 4.5 40, which is pretty high for most of the other linebackers.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I get that one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter says his ability, particularly in pass coverage and as a pass rusher, highlights his readiness for the professional level.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 228 though.
Yeah, he's smaller framed. He is smaller framed. Chris Abrams Durain from Missouri still out there. DJ James from Auburn. Cleveland Carson still out there.
Oh, you're talking about
cornerbacks? Yeah. Oh. Dang.
What?
Looks like the Bills took Cole Bishop, the safety from Utah that I was kind of hoping we might grab. Bullock, yeah. Javon Bullock just got picked by the Packers.
No, that was Javon Bullard.
Bullock.
Who's Bullock's a safety. Bullard is a cornerback.
Gotcha. Got him confused. Can you forgive me?
Never.
Yeah, Javon Bullard is who just got picked up. He's a safety.
Oh, he is a safety?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Bullock. I don't see Bullock as a safety.
I could be wrong then.
Looks like you might have got confused.
It's easily done.
Say, don't take much, does it, John?
No,
Kalen Bullock. Is that who you're talking about? Kalen Bullock out of USC. I think it's who you're talking about. And yes, he could be. Yep. That's what he said. Bullock from USC. And he, as Chris points out, he was in for a top 30 visit. Bullock was. And as Ray points out, we need a safety. We could definitely use one because it does not look like Richie Grant is going to turn a corner.
I mean, give him a little bit more time.
Yeah. I think I might need to go yell at children.
Uh-oh.
I hear my wife fussing. Might have to go yell at some children.
Set him straight.
That's right. Let's see.
You were right, Mr. Montford. We do need a safety.
That's what I just said. I just put that one up there. You slacking, John. You put it up there again.
I'm just letting you know that Ray Montford let us know that we need a safety, and I was agreeing with him. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Chris is saying that John Johnson III is still out there in free agency, who is also a safety.
He is.
And so is Akil Witherspoon, cornerback. So
he is.
There's some familiarity out there. Ray says, shout out to y'all on the podcast. Rise up. Thank you. Shout out to you.
Sir.
Hanging out with us.
Yeah, you're sitting here watching me and him just go like, what about this guy?
Yeah. How about this dude? Y'all did a great job.
I'll be surprised. It'll be interesting to see Buffalo this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be. Cole Bishop.
Wait.
Huh.
Is this another?
Is this another what?
I can't tell for sure, but it looks like it's another white DB.
Well, yeah, but he's a safety. That's not out. That's not out.
I still, you don't see white safeties all that often.
I'm just saying. Brandon Wade, much love,
Brandon.
Much love to you. That's a cute little baby you got there as far as your little avatar goes. I'm a sucker for nowadays. I'm a sucker for cute kids, as I have a cute kid of my own. At least I think she's cute.
She is a very cute kid.
John said, "Very cute kid." No.
Except for when you got to go and set her straight because she's driving mama nuts.
That's right. I'm waiting to get a text message back if I need to come out there. I've not been told yet. I need one of those big foam ring hat things. That's what I need.
Guess what, JR?
Yo.
We're 13 picks away.
Woot. Hey, I see our name on the board.
Nice. Technically, we're only 12 away now.
Ray says, them white safeties hit, though. I mean, we ain't it, dog. Look.
They got, it's like they get back there. They're like, we got to prove ourselves.
That's right. Been disrespected our whole careers. Looks like the Lions take another cornerback, or not another, but another one comes off the board. All right, I'm gonna go yell at children. I'll be right back. Jonathan, talk to the crowd. I'm gonna remove myself for a moment.
Hola, crowd. Lions. He teased us. He was like, they're taking another cornerback, but then didn't say the name before he had to go yell at some children. Let's see. Rakestraw. Rakestraw's gone, man. What's going on? It's getting a run on CBs now. Just DBs in general. I've said this before. Yeah, Utah tends to have just good defensive guys in general, so I'll take anybody from Utah. Yeah, like some of the guys that I was hoping were going to be there, they're starting to come off the board. Hopefully, we'll. I mean, I'm sure there we've got our board, and whoever's on the board, there's somebody's going to be there. But yeah, like some of these guys, I would like to have seen. If we're going to go cornerback at this point, TJ Tampa's kind of the guy I would want to get. So we'll see if he makes it. Kind of got a little run on him now. Maybe we try to jump back up, somewhere in the 60s and try to grab him. We got some sixth round picks so we can use as ammo. Maybe get rid of the other third round pick to move up for a guy. I don't know.
And I'm back.
Welcome. That is a nice looking backfield now.
Oh yeah, dude. Brian Branch, Taryn Arnold, Rakestraw. That is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Not even gonna lie.
I ain't gonna hate on that one. Like, there's a lot of teams I'll be like, man, but Detroit's been down so long.
I mean,
I ain't gonna hate
like
on it.
there's a few teams that I like. Not that I do not root for them, but if they find themselves in a position to have some success, I'm like, you know what? Good on y'all. And Detroit's one of those.
Yep.
Bills is another one.
Yep.
Just because, like, how much that fan base feel like going to 4 straight Super Bowls and not coming away with one. That's got to
And being trash for
so long.
For me, the Bills are because it was my wife's mom's team.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, but I would be in the same boat even if that wasn't the case, just simply because, I like seeing perennial like downtrodden teams
start to like
get theirs.
Like, and now, granted, they've had too much success in a sense, but I was kind of glad to see Kansas City turning around a little bit because fans with passionate, like teams with passionate fan bases, like the Bills, like Kansas City. So, okay. O lineman.
Tester?
What's that?
Oh, tested outstanding.
Let's see. Okay.
Wow. Rosengarten, 0 sacks allowed on over 1,100 pass block snaps in his career.
Man. He's protecting Michael Penix's blind side.
Trade.
Yep. Kansas City. Kansas City.
Moved up.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Dinata. No, Bralen Trice has not gotten picked up yet. So,
nope, not.
That wouldn't surprise me in the third.
This is the last pick of the third.
He says,
or the second.
Willie Doc wants to know which is worse, 4 straight Super Bowl losses or 2083.
Personally, 4 straight Super Bowl losses.
I would think that'd be pretty bad.
Because you kept going back, and it's at that point it's almost like Lucy and Charlie Brown with the try to kick the football.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of got to the point almost like the Braves there for a while.
Yep.
Like, oh yeah, of course you won the East, or won your division, and then like either get to the World Series and lose, or lose in the playoffs, So
that reminds me. Let me see how I haven't been looking at the Braves today.
They were winning last time I saw it.
Yay! That was Cleveland was the other team that was kind of like it was the team that had the best record in major leagues coming in. Right Right now we're winning 5-1.
Okay.
How did we score? So they took a 1-0 lead, and then we went and scored 5 runs. Uh, let's see.
I'm with you there, Gabriel. He said, I really don't understand Terry's thought process this year. It's frustrating. I thought to myself, with clear cut needs, I wondered if Terry was going to still go by his board, so to speak, by BPA. And whether we agree with it or not, that's what he seems like he has done. So it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the draft goes. You're down now to what? One, two, like still same number of picks because you picked up an extra sixth. So
Yeah, so we've still got this will be our second pick. So we still got 5 more picks after this.
Right. We still got 5 more picks. So
after today.
Right.
Assuming that we don't try to package something and maybe get back into the third.
Yeah. Chris, like I want to bring in that UFL kicker who's kicking 60 plus. That dude's going to be on that guy's going to be on a team before the start of the season. I bet you ain't kicking 60 plus yard field goals in an NFL stadium and not get on a team.
Yeah.
So definitely.
Right. Is Dr. Ganja here. Again, that's the thing that I kept seeing this pop up today on Twitter. One from ATL Will, but like I saw it from a bunch of other people. Like, it wasn't that it's not the player, but it's for a position that we didn't need. And I'm like, does nobody pay attention to?
I mean, he's straight up down told you.
Literally, day he was hired.
Yep,
and
I am a BPA guy.
Yep. Every single offseason, whenever anybody mentions it or whatever, they're like, we're going to take the best player available for us at wherever we're picking.
Yep.
Like that's and if he's truly staying true to that, then and that's his philosophy, and he feels like that's the best way forward. Then I commend him for sticking to his guns.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that leads to him being employed with the Atlanta Falcons for a long time, that's a whole different matter. But like, you got to have your principles. Like, you got to have your if you're standing on business on that, then stand on business on it.
I agreed. Let's see.
Right, and Willie was like, it would be fun. What would be fun was to go back and look at Terry Fontenot's meeting right before the draft to see all the clues that they were taking Penix. I wouldn't necessarily have said like, oh man, that's I don't know if I could pick that up now, even now, but like he has made no bones about it. At no point has he ever said anything other than, if we feel like this a guy is the best player available for us, even if it's for a strength of something that we already have, we're still going to take him because a strength can become a liability.
Today's strength can be tomorrow's need. So
exactly.
Or today's surplus could be tomorrow's deficit. So
yeah,
I get it. And like I said, it's a bold move, Cotton, and we'll see how it plays out for him. I mean, this is like, that's how the Ravens built their team. It was BPA all the way. And so we'll see.
Josh this is the last pick of the second round.
Yeah. Josh says there's going to be a good wide receiver on the board when we pick. Let's pair McMillan with Penix. Not a bad idea.
No.
Not a bad idea.
Not at all. What's worse, Penix at 8 or another year of Mariota?
Ooh. Look, I think I'd rather have Penix at 8 with Cousins starting than what we've had the past 2 years at quarterback play. And that's Ritter, Heineke, Mariota, all that wrapped up, because that was just brutal, man. That was brutal to watch.
It was brutal
for those guys too. Like,
it was brutal to watch last year because you got such good play through most of the season, minus a couple of games here and there. But through most of the season, you got such good play from your defense that if you had just a competent level of offense, then we easily win the division. We're in the playoffs, all this other stuff, which is why, like, I'm totally fine with, like, and people, what people are not, it's kind of with Willie Doc here. Like, if you paid attention to him, what he said before this draft, he's literally telling you the team we have right now, pre-draft, and post all the free agency that we've gone through at this point. The team we have right now, we feel comfortable with as an organization. Now, you can disagree with it. You could be like, I don't know how you see that, or you can say there's no way, I would not feel comfortable, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, like, they see the roster, they know the roster, they feel comfortable with the roster. Now, does that mean that it's going to work out next, when the season comes up? Who knows?
We'll see.
But at the end of the day, they feel comfortable with it, so that's why he feels like I can go and still do BPA in this draft.
Mm-hmm. All right, as we're heading in here, once one guy, if his name pops up, you'll be like, dang, really? That's who you went with? Here in the third round.
Wait, say that one more time?
Like, what's a name that you'd be like, man, really? That's who you went with? As far as here in the third round.
Falcons pick?
Yeah. Or position. It can even be position.
Running back.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, if they called like Marshawn Lloyd, I'd be like, what are we doing?
That would be the first time. Like, I'm down with bringing in another running back, but like,
yeah,
we got like 2 or 3 or 4 6th round draft picks. Like, go pick one there.
Pick one there, right? Exactly.
But yeah, that would be the first time that I would just be like, why? Like truly a why situation. Like, why would you for who ostensibly is probably going to be your third running back,
right?
Why are you going to spend more than a 6th, 7th, or undrafted or sign an undrafted guy?
The joke right now definitely is Rattler. If they were to pick Rattler, what are we doing?
No. We picked Joe Milton.
Oh yeah, Joe Milton. That'd be even worse. And David says, "Hey, would y'all go after Kamara from Colorado State?" Yes, but I would start at Kamara myself around maybe the 4th round.
What is he again?
He's an edge rusher, just a small school edge rusher, smaller school edge rusher. Let's see.
Is he a true edge or a linebacker?
Yes.
Edge?
No. Well, hold on. Let's see. He is.
I remember seeing his name.
He's number 18th overall. 6 foot 248. So that's
Muhammad Kamara.
Yeah. Like 6'1", 248. So.
What team is that?
I love the draft comes around because Dr. Ganja hangs with us. Yep. He's got some funny stuff.
Colorado State. And actually, that was in chat as well, if I'd have paid attention.
No. Pay attention? No. David says he's an outside linebacker.
Wow. Outstanding career production with impressive stats over his college career, including 45.5 tackles for loss and 30.5 sacks.
Let's see. Who'd the Jets straight up for? Oh, okay.
Who'd they get?
Malachi Corley.
Oh, okay.
So, wide receiver.
Damsky's got his fingers crossed for TJ Tampa.
That would be fun. Yeah. I wonder why I'm not seeing that tweet. Well, we are squarely in the third round.
Yeah, we are. I like this. Have you seen Roddy's tweet from like 20 minutes ago?
Where's that?
So Roddy said he met Michael Penix today. Was clean, cool dude. Going to be great for us in the city. Why we got to hear this nonsense about Kirk being blindsided? RG was blindsided. We've been picking in the top 10 the last 5 seasons because we didn't get a QB when Matt was about done. Lesson learned.
That's the thought process. I'm gonna open up this door for these dogs because ain't nobody in there right now. So give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Also, that way I can keep an ear out. Jamie just went to go pick up Zach. So.
Hold on.
What?
Check
What? I would definitely like Coveted says, Tampa or Trice. I'd be down with that.
Yeah.
I'd be down with getting Bralen Trice. Where's that baby girl? Come here. Yeah, that's another person to consider, like Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia, is still there.
Yeah.
So something else to consider. You want to get down? Hanging pretty good. If you're bored, you can jump on with us. Just let me know. You ain't coming over here because I got food. All right, that's it. I ain't got no more food. That dog only cares when I got food. Pick us in for the Cardinals. Who they got? Who they pick?
Oh, you gotta go follow Ruke now.
Why do I have to go follow Ruke?
Because he said, ATL, what's good?
Let's see. Cardinals take a running back. Trey Benson.
Hey, let's get that run on running backs going.
Heck yeah. Out of your fucking mind, y'all can have that 5:30 on a Saturday. Not happening. I did that this morning.
5:30 on a Saturday. What are we talking about?
Out of you, my buddies out of your fucking mind. I told him he could jump on if he was bored. They said he's gonna call it after our next pick. He ain't gonna get up at 5:30. Not happening.
Oh yeah, no.
Not tomorrow. Benson, like Cardinals needed somebody to go with James Conner. I agree with Ganja. Benson and Kyler are gonna be fun on some RPOs. Coveted said, imagine they traded out of the pick. I'd be like, I'm like, all right, folks. Well, good night.
We will catch you on Sunday. We'll let you know who they picked.
That's right.
Liam
Uh,
has a game at East Roswell at 8 a.m.
oh, bump that.
Mm-mm.
Bump that. See, that's why I'm like Liam with his baseball. And I get it. Hey, sports are great as we're sitting here watching a sports thing, right? I mean, I'm going to steer my little girl like she needs to do like a book club or something. Some I ain't got to get up at 5:30 in the morning for.
uh,
I try to I try to push her towards art. Like you can do that in your bedroom.
yeah, until she starts doing the Bob Ross thing with like cleaning off the brush and the entire room is just covered in little tiny pink specks.
Oh yeah, right. Let's see. The pick is in for Washington. Yeah, let's get a move on.
I know.
Oh, dude, I've done the dance recitals. She did dance for a year, and I went to the dance recital. And like, if she signs up for something extracurricular like that, she has to go to whatever whatever the main thing is. Like, with when she wanted to do dance, okay, well, you got to do dance until the recital. Once you get the recital done, then we can make a decision whether you keep doing it or not. And right now, she's currently doing piano, and she has to do piano until we until she does a recital. Once she does a recital, then we can make a decision on whether we keep going or not. But you can't quit until you get the payoff, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm trying to. But we've done the dance recital. She actually did really good. I wanted her to keep going to that, but she didn't. Uh, she didn't want to keep doing it. So as of right now, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Brandon Dorless, Christian Haynes, um, Jalen McMillan, TJ Tampa, Junior Colson. These are some of the names that are still out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the Goat House, wherever the Goat House is.
The Goat House.
Yeah. Somebody retweeted it.
Oh.
Patriots select O lineman Seaton Wallace. Yes, sir. Picking O lineman. More chances for us to get a corner, an edge, or a wide receiver.
Oh, he doesn't even sound like he's. I mean, I don't know why I would
Yeah,
think that.
Peyton. Like
Like,
right now, I think as of right now, only one linebacker has been taken.
there's a video up from the Falcons Twitter of Ruke, and you get to hear his voice. And
Yeah.
I heard it's like you read like, oh, he's from Nigeria. I thought maybe he came over fairly recently or something like that, but
Yeah. No, sounds American.
it does not sound Nigerian.
Mm.
It's American. So may have came over when he was real little. Then
Yeah, may have. Come on. Don't you start with me. Sassy little shih tzu.
I didn't even realize that. It just didn't occur to me. The Rams got Verse and Fisk.
Oh, man, did they?
Yeah.
Apparently, I need to back up off the mic if I'm chewing on my cashews.
Come on. That's somebody's ASMR.
Yeah, somebody. I agree with Josh. I really was kind of looking forward to having both thirds. But I
Yeah.
kind of felt like with them being trying to be aggressive yesterday that they were going to make sure it didn't happen today.
We still got 2-6. Like I said, I think they may try to get that third back somehow or another with like packaging up a couple of six this year and like maybe a future pick or something like that.
That'd be nice. David says he did come over when he was younger. Talking about
Okay,
so
gotcha. It was just like in my brain, I reading up on him. He's like, yeah, he's Nigerian and this and the other. So I'm just thinking, and I see this video. I'm like, I go to click, and in my brain, I'm assuming that he's gonna sound, African, Nigerian, or whatever. And I
right.
click on the video, and he talks, and the voice that comes out of his mouth, and I was like, did
Not
I
so
read it
much.
wrong? Did you already say who the Patriots picked?
It was the O lineman,
Oh.
Brandon Coleman, I believe. Trying to,
I think this is another pick that they've got.
or maybe they're up to the on Twitter. They're up to the Chargers pick, which is after this one.
Are you seeing where are you seeing uh on Twitter for that? Is it
Um,
under like Explore?
no, under Explorer. No, I have a Ari Morvev, my sports update, just tweeted
Oh,
out who the Chargers picked. Let's see. Michael Hall Jr. The Giants have selected Darth Magoo says, any chance we trade down? Always a chance. Always a chance. Especially if somebody's got a decent offer. I wouldn't mind seeing them um, trade down and maybe pick up like a fourth or something.
I mean, I just don't know if there's you know maybe trade back further in the third and pick up another fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, but
Looks like I Ganja can confirm that the Chargers took linebacker Junior Colson. I don't
oh
think linebacker was like a huge like spot for us, but um, Junior Colson was probably one of the better ones.
yeah.
Caden Wallace.
I'm looking at this mock draft from earlier today. Evan Birchfield. So he had us. Obviously we picked Penix,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's at 43. Had us taking TJ Tampa.
Right.
At 74, he had us taking Malik Washington.
Mm.
At 79, it was Xavier Thomas, which we don't have anymore. At 109 in round 4, he had us taking Mason Smith, who I think he's already off the board.
Okay. So Arizona is on the board again, or at least should be by now. Okay.
All right, we are what, 3 picks away, 2 picks away, something like that.
Should be right around, 2-3 picks away.
I need to find this Ari Mirov. Unless I
That's
blocked
it.
it for some reason.
His handle's My Sports Update. He's one of the few aggregate accounts that became legitimate. He got hired by my what is it, the 33rd team or something like that.
Mm.
Second
Weird.
round.
Weird. I'm following him.
And there's been times where I haven't seen like some of Dancy's tweets that, like you mentioned tonight, I haven't seen it.
Aubrew Phillips
Mm-hmm.
for the Giants.
Yeah.
So,
well, Chris, what duck would you take here? If you slip and Terry a 20 to draft a duck, who you taking? Troy Franklin? Is that who you take? Instinctive, physical, tough.
Comps to David Harris.
Oh, that's the first Michigan player that Jim Harbaugh's taken.
Oh.
Because that was one of the big jokes, is like how many Michigan players would Harbaugh gonna take? Oh, so Kyrie Jackson is who he would take, the Georgia transfer. That could appease a couple fan bases there. Ooh. Harbaugh's pumped. That's going to be fascinating to watch the Chargers this year. Like with a Cadillac of a quarterback in Justin Herbert, and you bring in run-minded Greg Roman as the OC, and the style of play that Harbaugh has done everywhere, which is physical defense, run the ball, control the game like that. It's going to be interesting to see, like, what does he do with with that. Well, there's somebody who likes to build so far. Baby Bobby North. Atlanta says, I don't want to ever be picking up this high again. They trying for.
Cam Hart, Brandon Gibson's draft. We're drafting Javon Baker or Cam Hart. Wouldn't mind Cam Hart.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it's in that range, 3rd, 4th round. All right, so Carolina has picked.
Which means we're 1 pick away from being on the clock.
Right. Yeah, the offensive tackle run continues, which is good for us. That's who Arizona picked, I think. Is that right? Yeah. No, heading to Washington. What?
Arizona.
Well, no, the pick is in. Heading to Washington. Oh, well.
Oh, Ari's falling behind, man.
Yeah, he was on there for a minute. So the Cardinals did add an O lineman, Isaiah Adams.
Ah, gotcha.
That's the Cardinals pick. Carolina's pick is another linebacker, Trevin Wallace from Kentucky.
I um let's see.
Let's see. I do hope it's a defensive player. Really, I do. Um, I'd be okay with corner, safety, or edge. I mean, I'd be okay with linebacker. I guess there's not a defensive player I wouldn't be okay with.
Um,
All right, let's see. Conja says I'm cool with an offensive tackle. I mean, I'd be okay with it, I guess. I want to see. I want to see if McGarry can somewhat progress. Um,
I don't know. I think Gary is by and large. Uh, he needs to get better at the pass blocking. I think he's working on that. So I think he's ever going to be like the best. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But
yeah,
today, uh, for the most part, especially in the run game, guys are nowhere near a liability. In the pass game, he's gotten better. He just needs to continue to progress.
yeah. I still think that at least right now, second and third round, give me defense. You know, if you want to start getting some like somewhat project guys, we can start that in the fourth round, maybe fifth, sixth round for sure.
Oh yeah.
But
Fifth, sixth round, you're starting to look at guys like, all right, what can this guy give us on special teams?
exactly. Let's see. Panthers pick. We already know the Panthers pick. I don't know. Nobody's posted Dallas's pick yet. Bobby North says more defense. See, I was wondering. I thought I saw something. Somebody saying that we did trade back. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. I got to see. I haven't seen it come across Twitter yet. This is when like things don't start matching up. Now, see, Daniel Flick says the Falcons are officially on the clock at 73. So I don't know if a trade's happened yet. Vikings trading up is what Ganja says. Ganja, you're ahead of everybody else then, because
Yeah.
Twitter hasn't even reacted yet. Where is Vikings at? The suspense would kill me. Dr. Gunn says, I might have been trolled.
Um,
Ooh. You over there typing out. Sound like you clacking out a small novel. Clack, 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 clack.
I'm about to block this. J Ben J.
Oh, I already did.
Yeah,
He's
blocking him now. But I basically told him, I was like, you could be less of an a hole, get off your effing high horse. It's gonna be okay, I promise. And with that, blocked.
right.
Ooh.
No, yeah. I blocked him. As soon as like he started popping back up and I figured out who he was, I was like, oh yeah, you're going back on the block list.
Who
He's
is he? I don't know who he is.
Jeff Benedict. Used to be on 92.9 The Game. Got thrown off of 92.9 The Game for basically being an asshole.
Ah,
And uh has been trying to get back on the radio ever since. So apparently he's got a buddy who is at least somewhat close to the Falcons and gets things kind of right. I even put out a tweet today. I said, hopefully everybody will stop listening to every internet source. And basically I was
yeah,
talking about him
yep.
because he's annoying to me. I quit.
Like, I don't care if he's even right. To be
Yep.
completely, like, if he's right about it, don't care.
Yep.
Like, at that point, like, when you're that much of an asshole, that much
Mm-hmm.
of a jerk,
Yep.
like, you just rub people the wrong way. That's why you're not on the damn radio.
That's exactly it. Like you can be right. You can have your sources. You can do it, but you can also have some humility about yourself.
Yep.
So, all right. So the first two picks so far, talented Mr. Ripley. We have gotten Michael Penix out of Washington, and we got Ruke Orhorhoro out of Clemson. So a QB and a defensive tackle / defensive end, a versatile defensive lineman. So
God dang it.
if y'all could hold off on posting the pick until it goes in,
Yep.
then we can get
Yep.
back to just talking about
A bunch of
whatever.
BS.
Yeah, I kind of like to have I like to be surprised, when it comes like I haven't
Yep.
even refreshed Twitter. The only reason why I refreshed it the first night was it was because of Aaron's face when he like basically went I was like, "Oh crap." You know. Uh
um,
well
pick
Ganja
is
seems to
in.
think we will be happy, so that's good at least. But we'll see.
Um,
Hmm. No. Well,
but
what the hell is that bug? What is that?
like she's like peeking out, like, oh god,
Oh,
oh
okay,
god,
peeking. I got you. Okay. I was like, what is that?
oh god. Well, good news is the Braves won.
Hey-oh. Hey, hey. I like old Andre Rison's jacket.
I know.
Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's yep. All right, Bralen Trice. That makes sense. There's an edge rusher. Like he's familiar with Jimmy Lake. That's okay. I like that pick. I like that pick.
Yep.
I like Bralen Trice. He was very active in that Texas game. Uh yeah, I like that. I like Bralen Trice. Okay. I can hand You pairing him up with Ruko and AK and all those
Yeah.
guys, like he could be a good piece.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Gardner's like he likes it. He prefers some other Ds, but like when you're in this range, like there's gonna be some might be one guy that does something a little bit better that you just particularly like.
Well, and also like I mean the familiarity with Jimmy Lake, like
Yeah.
that's clearly what that is. Um, $20 cannot buy a third day pick or a third round pick. Yep, inflation got you on that one, buddy.
Yep. Caught up to you.
um, yeah, that's Fred Butt says great pick. Yeah, I like that pick. That was a good one. Like especially pairing that with the high upside of Rook, that could be a nice injection of young talent uh, on that defensive line. Uh,
Yep.
let's see what is says. Okay, full time Dame of the Draft Network says, okay, I like this move a lot for Atlanta. Trice has tools and abilities to become their go to guy off the edge.
I would be happy if that's what he becomes.
Right. Um, Glaze says, as expected, day 2 was all defense. Falcons have double dipped on their defensive line. Day 2, adding Bralen Trice. And then our buddy Damsky, who was on the show last night, fantastic pick. A ass kicker, loves to collapse the pocket on regular. Really like this pick and fit. Between this pick and Aurora, you've got two guys who can FS up. So, what was that?
He looks like a guy that maybe needs to work on like some counter moves, some different stuff. But again, that was one of the reasons why, in my opinion, like if I had been doing this draft with the way the team is currently set up, yeah, I would have gone with Latu first because that guy seemed like a guy ready to plug into the defense, ready to go,
Right.
has all
Mm-hmm.
the moves. Doesn't necessarily need to be taught or learn anything. He just comes in ready to go. Trice is
Let's see.
kind of the typical second, third round defensive
Yeah.
end that comes into the league that is really good at one thing. Probably has other moves, but they're just not as refined because the one thing probably works for him more often than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So
Said he's a 2-year starter. Trice lined up on the edge, 2-point and 3-point stance in a 4-2-5 base scheme. Both tight and wide, has developed into the Huskies' top pass rusher the past 2 seasons, and his productivity speaks for itself as he finished number 1 in FBS in total pressures in both 22 and 23. As a pass rusher, Trice is quick off the ball and his best use using his skilled heavy hands and bull rushing instincts to convert speed to power. You can feel competitive edge on tape, but he doesn't play loose at the top of his rush and is frequently a step slow to shed. So there's some things he's got to work on. So
yep.
yeah, that's a good third round pick. um, Doctor says I don't know much about Trice, but I like his name, so that's good enough for me.
Does he have a brother named Obi?
Ob Trice, real name. Um, let's see.
All right. With that, real quick, I am actually going to step away for just a few minutes. I need to get some actual real nicotine into my system.
Yeah, go do what you gotta do.
So I will be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, that's fine. I will sit here and BS. To Big says, great pick. He fits a prototype 3-4 scheme. I think he got Millie's right. He got slept on because of some injuries early on. So now we're just gonna hang out and see if the Falcons decide to come back up, or if they're done for the evening, and then they'll pick it back up tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. Um, told the safety, not a safety. He's an edge rusher. uh, let's see. Peanut Tillman. He's a trip. I like Peanut Tillman. You're right, Chris. That is definitely a Jimmy Lake pick. Karan Amagati. Okay, so you liking the draft so far, Fred? Giving him an A. All right. Let's see. It's good to have a player that knows Penix's weaknesses as well. Can help him get better. Plus, address our edge need. I like addressing the edge need. That was something that we desperately needed to add. I still don't think that this precludes them from bringing back either Bud Dupree or Calais Campbell, or making a move for Hendricks or whatever. So, let's see. Washington's Sugar Bowl MVP, defensive. Yep, he had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in that Sugar Bowl. He was very active against the Texans. Let's see. Oh, you're saying safety skills included. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, he definitely has familiarity. Hendricks has familiarity with Terry Fontenot. I'll be wondering, like, even when this draft is done, they're not done with the team. I wonder what other moves are going to be made. Whether it's getting a Hendricks, trading something for him or what have you. Let's see. Yeah, second says you got to remember about the second wave of free agency. We haven't even been gone up and opened up more cap space, so we'll still potentially pick up good players after the draft. That's the thing. Like the draft could be over, after tomorrow, and Sunday they can extend AJ Terrell and open up like $20 million. They could restructure. So, oh man, Jonah Ellis, like I had a soft spot for him, for Jonah Ellis. He was one of my guys. Mean says, question, JR, after taking 24 hours to digest the pick from last night, still not feeling it. Okay. I guess it's become more nuanced, right? What I'm not feeling is the fact that you're using a first round pick and you're not going to see production from it for theoretically, obviously if Kurt gets hurt again or what have you, but theoretically you're not going to see production for the next 2 to 3 seasons. So if it's 3 seasons, that's a 2027 first round pick. So if we go into 2027 and Penix is going to be the starter, I'm going to need somebody to remind me, hey, JR, this is like having 2 first round picks. So it's not that I got anything against Penix per se. It's the idea that you're spending premium assets and then setting it on the shelf. It's like, maybe it's a bad example. I'm not much of a drinker, so maybe this is something you would do, but it's like buying a bottle of wine, setting it on your shelf and say, all right, I'll be back for you in 3 years. I don't know. I just don't think that's a worthy investment, so to speak. So that's my. Okay, Delmar Glaze. Somebody said Spencer Rattler. No, not yet. The slide keeps going for Rattler. We definitely gonna roll with it. Like as far as like it's done now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get bent out of shape over it. It is what it is at this point. Definitely gonna roll with it. And just like I said last year with Ritter, the year before even with Mariota and Ritter. I said I hope one of those guys hits so that we're done with this carousel. Like that's legitimately where I'm at, and now the hope will be that Penix hits, right, so that we don't have to do this because these past 2 years have not been fun as far as watching subpar quarterback play from three different quarterbacks. So I want to be done with it. So yeah, I do hope the pick is great. It's just dang, you got to wait 3 years to see, so to speak. Let's see. Uh-huh. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, they should make the preseason fun. Like, I mean, I always go to a preseason game anyway because they're cheap tickets. But now it's going to be even more interesting to see. Um, but don't go killing the kid if he don't come out lighting it up because, um, he'll be playing with backup, so to speak. So far, again, I'm not big on like grading drafts before we see people play. Uh, um, but so far, I'm in the like C plus B territory, and that's strictly because of how much I value first round picks. Like I value them above everything else as far as draft capital is concerned. So I'm excited to dig into Ruke a little more, and I've already was pretty excited about Bralen. So those two guys I'm pretty high on, and the idea, the logic, the concept of Penix and what they're going for, I think is a sound move. I just wish they hadn't spent a first round pick on him. So that's just my opinion. So I would say C plus B, I think is where I'm at currently. And that could obviously go up if they add a wide receiver. If they throw me a bone and do me a solid and add Luke McCaffrey in the fourth, uh, that'll bump my grade up. Tyler Newman is gone, but Kalen Bullock and Jaden Hicks are still there, and Jonathan is back.
Yes, the draft can commence.
There it is. The draft can commence. Yeah, bug. Yes, subpar QB play and questionable coaching have made the last few years hard. It really has. It really has made them hard. Um, let's see. He says cringiest thing I'm dreading as a season ticket holder that goes to games. As soon as Kirk has one bad game, and y'all already know the rest. Oh yeah, our fan base will immediately start calling for Penix. Like
I mean,
I know our fan base. They have no chill.
like I guarantee, like even if we didn't get Penix, if he comes out, and let's just say for the sake of argument, he comes out and has a bad first like 2 or 3 games, hell, like fans will be calling for Heineke.
Oh yeah.
They'd be like, Heineke at least could do blah 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 blah, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
or we get the same thing out of Heineke, where we do the blah blah blah, whatever. It's always going to be that. Uh, so I'm not. It is what it is. I don't foresee, like, yes, he's coming off an Achilles injury. If it was a shoulder injury, I'd be much more concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, uh, an Achilles injury, uh, like yes, that is a serious injury for anybody, but we're the guy's had plenty of time to heal up on it. He's not going to get out there before he's fully ready to go. And then when he's ready to go, like for the past 6, 7 years, this guy's been nothing but like super consistent.
Mm-hmm.
He's not been, hasn't really had a down year, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried about it.
No, I think he'll be fine. Um, let's see.
Kalen Bullock just went.
Well, there with the safety, one of the safeties anyway.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with positive though. I could definitely see them releasing Heineke before the start of training camp.
Oh, now?
Yeah. Now with Penix
Potential.
in it, yeah,
Yeah, potentially, absolutely.
like I could definitely see that happening. Oh man. Bobby says I really like the new kickoff rule. Can you imagine Bijan operating? Can you actually imagine it? I don't know if they'd let him do it. I think that's what they brought in Ray McLeod and Avery, like have bringing Avery Williams back. So
Yeah,
I
bring in
think
those guys because that's what they do.
right. I don't know if they would actually let Bijan do that.
I could see it if it was like maybe a high pressure game, or like kind of the Deshaun Jackson
Hmm.
situation where like
Got to have
uh,
something, so to speak. Got to have some
yeah,
kind of spark.
yeah, or try to get some kind of spark.
I think I need to get me a Falcons like replica wrestling belt. I just don't
just
know
wear
where I
that.
would
Just wear that like draped over your shoulder the whole
during the
podcast.
show. Yeah, that's right. I just don't. I don't know where I'd like display it. That was the thing is like I'd have to find somewhere. Like maybe if I didn't have, maybe move this bottom row of hats and display it behind me. I don't
There you go.
know. Let's
Uh,
see.
wonder. Let's see.
Ah, the Bengals selected Jermaine Burton,
Ah,
so his slide stops.
I mean, let's see.
I don't know. Bug thinks she has ways on how to display it. May have to. May have to give me one. So, what do we think? Do we think the Falcons try to come back up in third, or do you think they just ride with what they got now? They're
Uh,
generally good so far. Terry's been good for one. Other than the first year, I don't think he moved up the first year. But the last 2 years, he moved up for Ebiketti and he moved up for Bergeron.
yep. And then this
Uh,
year he moved up for
Rook.
Rook.
So he's generally good for one move up. I wonder if
Oh, it's TJ Hujimama.
TJ Ujimama. As soon as I saw him, I was like, that dude's got a ridiculous last name. And then you said Ujimama. TJ Hushmanzada.
I know, but I prefer the other one.
TJ Hujimama.
Oh,
Well, while you were gone, not that we need one now, but Jonah Ellis was taken by the Broncos. I
oh,
know.
would have liked to double dip on him in the fourth, maybe.
Hello, I would not have been upset.
There you go.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You can get it for the low price
Yeah.
of. Let me find it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. You get it for the low price
Mhm.
of $549.99.
All right, folks. The Cash App is grimmjrc. I will be taking donations for so I can display that right behind me during the podcast. Now, what I would either like a Falcons one, or you can do them on Amazon where they're custom, and then like get the pound for pound logo
Ooh, that
would
would be cool.
be slick.
Let's
So
see. Amazon.
let's see. Towns Mr. Rispy says it's crazy you said that, JR. Me and my brother looked him up Sunday on WWE, and they had everybody in our division but us. Ah, that gummit.
Wait, say it again.
He said they looked him up on WWE and they had everybody in our division but us.
Oh, that one was on the WWE shop.
Oh, okay. Let's see. You pulling me up something on Amazon? Amazon
Yes, I am.
custom. Come on. We've gotten to that point of the draft night. Custom wrestling championship belt. Yeah, give me something like this Joker with the hold on. Okay, that can go away. Let's see. Present. Share screen. Window. Nope. Chrome tab. Nope. Yeah.
It should be window or Chrome tab.
Let's see.
What it is
this one. Did it work?
Yep. That was one I saw.
Yeah. So you imagine the pound for pound logo right there.
Yeah.
That would be slick. And have that behind, man, come on. And then on the if you could do the ends, put like ATL or the Falcons logo. That would be cool. All right, stop sharing. So, like I said, y'all could throw up. See, look, man, check that out. Have me some. Y'all can grimmjrc. That's 2 M's. And help support my ridiculous want of a championship belt. Buck says $150 is more reasonable. It is more reasonable.
It is.
But it's not sanctioned like Atlanta Falcons.
No, but that's fine. But that would be a cool thing to have.
Right? That'd be fun. That would be fun to add.
Okay, somebody's gonna have to tell me how they pronounce this guy's name. The safety from Colorado State, Chigozie Aneurysm, is still on the board.
With a name like that, nobody's gonna try to like embarrass themselves.
Chigozie Aneurysm.
Sure. I think I would just go with aneurysm. Sounds like a winner to me. Let's see.
Talented Mr. Ripley. I want it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, me and you both, buddy. Big says, if we get you one, JR, that means we had to get Jonathan one as well. Don't be stingy. No, see, dog, to Big, that would be a pound for pound one. We would just like one show would be at Jonathan's house, next show would be at my house. It would just be, the pound for pound championship belt.
Yep.
What that would be.
It would be the pound for pound community belt.
That's right, pound for pound community belt. That's exactly what it is. Let's see.
So let's see where we. We're still not.
No,
we still don't see the end of the third round just yet.
Not yet. Well, third round is going to go a little bit longer because that's when you start to get into comp picks.
Yeah.
Chris says we need some tag team titles. I could do some tag team titles.
Like my favorite title belt has always been the WCW one because it always just looks massive.
Oh yeah, just freaking huge.
Yeah.
That's not one. Christian Haynes.
Yep.
I don't want a mini belt. Come on now. Gotta get a big belt.
Get the little mini belt and have it just like hanging right here.
That's right. That's right.
On the shoulder.
Let's see. It said they would have to rock, paper, scissors to see who would get it done. Oh, snap. The town of Mr. Ripley says, I'm wearing it around my waist every Sunday at church.
There you go.
There it is. That's what's
Hey,
up.
you gotta do that promotion.
That's right. That's right. Gotta cut a promo.
Yep.
Gotta cut a promo. Let's see.
Let's see here.
Hey, we can get this one on eBay. Let's see. We can get that one on eBay for 150.
Hey, man.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be all right. At the end, it's adult size. What's up?
Heyo. That's the way to do it.
That's what's up.
That was not the one I was looking for.
Tip Ryman.
If I want to drive away, folks, I could pull up and we could do like a view of some of my current listens on YouTube.
No, we don't.
Music.
You listen to horrible music, Jonathan. We don't
I do
want
not
to
listen to horror music. I listen to good music. Thank you very much.
No, you have no taste in music.
No, I have
So
great taste in music.
and what few people are here would leave.
I don't know. Does anybody here like Knocked Loose? Does anybody here like Slaughter to Prevail? Anybody here
No.
like Lorna Shore? Let's see, Lamb of God.
Well, they're okay. Oh, I'm pretty like Chris. I know y'all wouldn't like my music either. Like I ain't even trying to pretend. Like I try nowadays. I try not to listen to like secular music. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. Y'all wouldn't like my music. So I already know that. So it's no
Bug,
big
what are
deal.
you talking about? I have great taste in music. Thank you very much.
I gotta get my daggum my camera decided. Like when I
Ma-
put my phone up there, it focused up here, and now it
Yep.
won't.
Yep.
Now I'm all fuzzy. Now I'm all fuzzy.
Dr. Slicknuts, me and you on the same level, man. Lamb of God.
I
Yep.
mean, with a name like that.
The like and there's literally like the one of my favorite videos from them is a song called Redneck, and that's literally uh uh they have a play on it where like this little girl's having a birthday party and the husband the dad is like sitting there like Mary had a little lamb like playing on the guitar. Wife stops him, says, honey, appreciate it, but we're going to see about getting some professionals this year. And they go through the yellow pages and they find, oh, Lamb of God, they should be really great. They're very suburban house,
Oh yeah,
and all this
I
other stuff.
completely
And
understand the play
then
on the name there.
and then he they show up. And it's just yeah. And Redneck is awesome. Omerta is good.
Yep, I'm going to see Crowder in October. I'm
Who's
excited about
Crowder?
that. Christian artist, you wouldn't like him,
Okay.
but like he's got a, when I say that he's got a it's very like folky type music, somewhere
Seriously?
between um like it's got like a little bit of a bluegrass sound and
Yeah.
um but then what I like about it is like he'll throw in a lot of the songs I like the most, like he'll throw in a section of like rap in it, and that's
Yeah.
I like when people do that kind of stuff, mix that stuff in.
Dance Gavin Dance is not bad. Pierce the Veil. I've heard some of their songs. They're not bad. I, not exclusively. I do like. I think you would actually like them, um, especially their latest album. But Sleep Token
Hmm.
is kind of like the team that's kind of breaking out of the metal scene to be a little bit more mainstream these days.
I'm gonna try to get my camera to refocus here. See if I can't.
There it goes.
There we go. Good deal.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't want y'all to think everything was going crazy. I was just trying to figure out how I could get it to like refocus. Let's see.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, don't get me wrong. I used to listen to a lot of different like metal bands and rock bands.
I know.
I don't know about
I know.
metal. I don't know about
Yeah,
metal.
we listened
Yeah,
to Hell Yeah.
yeah. Hell yeah was
Uh,
good. I enjoyed them.
you went with me to the Corn concert.
Yeah, I know. I bought the tickets to the Corn
I know you
concert too,
did.
but
I know.
um, but them it was a Corrosion of Conformity.
Yeah.
Um, like System of a Down. You know, like those guys. I used to really like Static X and um,
Wow, Whitechapel. That's pretty hardcore. Like they're like that dude's got a crazy good voice though.
oh, does he? Yeah, I'm actually to Biggs. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't end up in L.A. with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Um, I was fully expecting that to be the pick for the Rams, but yeah, I mean for the Chargers, but he ends up in the other L.A. So he still goes to L.A. but to
Oh,
the Rams.
Roman Wilson.
Oh, Roman Wilson. Okay, that's um that's a sneaky good pick for what Arthur Smith wants to do. You know those in breaking routes and like taking the top off, working
But
towards the middle of the
it's,
field.
it's surprising that well, I mean, obviously he's not the end all be all, but like we never took in the draft anyways guys like him. We
No,
always took big
big,
dudes.
huge guys, exactly. But it is kind of funny because, like, he's going to be a good slot guy. He's tough. He'll do the blocking. He was one of the guys that if we took every time they show Pittsburgh's war room, I keep trying to see if I see Smith hanging out in there anywhere, and doesn't look like he is.
No.
He may be like, you know what, I've done that the last couple of years. I'm just gonna go chill.
Yep.
So
He's probably on like Zoom somewhere.
right, yeah. Dr. Ganja says Steelers get a great wide receiver on day 2 again. That's what they do. And they won't pay him. They'll trade him
No.
off to somebody else and do it again. So
We'll see. Like right now, George Pickens has had some good stuff, but he's had a lot. Like he's had times where he just disappears.
oh yeah.
But and the thing that he's most known for nowadays is not necessarily. Yeah, he's made some splash plays here and there, but the thing he's most known for is the attitude.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I have no problem with like I don't generally follow like R&B. I don't generally follow rap, but I mean like if I'm out somewhere or I'm going to like if I'm at a party or if I'm just out and about whatever and I hear a song, like I'll bop to it,
Now
I'll move to it.
I will say this: like on the surface, I seem like I have an eclectic taste in music because I'll listen to anything from, country to rock to rap to jazz to folk. But when you really dig down to it, what I like is upbeat music,
Mhm.
and you can find upbeat music in all genres. So, um, I'm more of like I enjoy upbeat music. So if it's upbeat, like you got a real good chance of catching me with it, even if it's something like like a Katy Perry song or something like that. Like they're catchy for a reason. You know what I'm saying? That's
I I'll tell you like a metal-ish band. They're the term I've heard used to describe them is either like partycore.
okay.
But they're a German band and they're called Electric Callboy. Um, and they used to be called Eskimo Callboy. They changed it to Electric because Eskimo has now turned into somewhat of a slur.
Oh yeah, somewhat of a derogatory term. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so they changed it
Oh,
to, which
they
is
have a West
tough
Coast baby.
because they did.
Yep. Looks like they flipped with Philly.
Yeah.
Uh, so that's interesting. Wonder what they're coming up for. There's
One
big
thing,
like rumors that either Ayuk or Debo might be traded after this, especially after they spent a first round pick on a wide receiver. So I could
I would
definitely
say it'd be Ayuk. I know there's been a lot of like butting of heads over his contract.
right. Uh, so
But I mean, like, I'll listen to. There's a guy on Twitch that he goes by the name of Nick Nocturnal, and
uh,
every Friday at 5 p.m. ish, he gets on and he does streaming throughout the week too. But like every day, every Friday at 5 p.m., he does new metal music Fridays,
right.
and uh, I get a lot. I'll watch that a lot to like listen to like new music, but I'll listen to that, and then like me and Emma will go out somewhere, and we'll put on like uh, the Eagles and a lot of '60s, specifically like '70s rock.
Hmm.
Um, Yes, I have heard of We Butter the Bread with Butter. They are, yes, they're very in that they're kind of in the same boat. They actually did a cover of an Electric Callboy song called Hypa Hypa, which their Hypa Hypa was the song that kind of that broke out Electric Callboy made them as big as they are. And then there was like I
Oh
don't know,
Lord,
like 7 or 8 different covers of that song.
there's another Michigan player off the board,
Oh yeah,
Zach Zinter. That makes like 4 or 5 in the past few picks.
yep.
That is let's see.
But yeah, we butter the bread with butter. There's a uh there's a song they do. It's called I think it's called like 20 kilometers an hour, and the whole video is about him and his little like razor type scooter.
Lord of mercy.
Uh, and I like those guys. They're like Electric Callboy's German, but most of their songs that I've listened to are all in English. Whereas We Butter the Bread with Butter is they're a little more hardcore, and all of their lyrics are German, like all of them.
Hmm.
So, but like I said, I'll listen to that and jam out to like some really hardcore stuff. Like what a band I just found out about, Diamond Construct. They're like new metal, but even more hardcore than that.
Jonathan, I
Very
think you're,
very
you're born.
electronic.
You're boring the crowd. We're losing people. They're falling off.
Me and me and Dr. Slicknuts, man, we're having a
Having a
conversation.
conversation. Uh, let's see. Who does 49ers take?
And the view count went up. Thank you very much. They're drawn to the metal aura
Ah,
that I give off.
oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
Drawn to it. Dominique Pooney. All right.
Puny?
Sure. Puny. Pooney.
Oh, I see round 4.
Yeah, I know, right? We are coming to an end. All right, what do you think? Is Falcons going to get back in round 3, or are we just going to
Nah,
stick with? Nah.
if we do, it's very end where maybe getting one of the
Giving up a 6 or something.
like a compensatory pick or something. Like somebody like doesn't mind giving up their compensatory 3rd round pick.
Right. Your boy Dizzy says he listens to Matt Mays, Frankie Beverly,
Beverly, yeah, Sade.
Sade, and Anita Baker. That's what's up.
Hey, nothing wrong with that
Yeah, ain't nothing
at
wrong with
all.
Anita. Yeah, like
Ain't nothing.
Doctor says, timeless music.
Yeah,
That's right.
like I like Michael McDonald. I like the Dewey Brothers. Uh,
Thank you.
I grew up on the Everly Brothers and like
You took my crust.
stuff like that. Oh,
She brought me a pizza, missing stuffed crust.
that's just how
Cool.
that. She stole your stuffed crust, man.
Wow. Rude.
That is rude.
That's why you're chatting there. I want her.
Where's the other two at?
The water was empty, so they're waiting.
Oh.
Their turn. Elvis took it all first.
That was
Chris.
That was your tax.
That was a tax. Yeah, that's a delivery fee. The crust was a delivery fee.
Yep.
That's the best part of your chat.
Well, she's claiming because she's been carrying the chat.
Ah.
I couldn't, like, all BS aside, could not do this crap without her. Without her support.
Oh yeah.
No, you can see, like, you would be like other wives would be griping and complaining, especially considering the fact that you gave up a corner of your bedroom for my shenanigans.
Same thing with Emma. Like,
right? Yeah.
If she wasn't like supportive of it, it'd be too much of a headache otherwise.
It really would be. It really would be.
Are you gonna tweet that photo?
No, you want to tweet it?
I don't know how to tweet.
You don't know how to tweet. I'll show the chat. See?
Mess up the camera again.
That was from the dance recital. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, you didn't screw up your camera this time.
Well, I didn't get all the way up on it. I kind of just stayed back a little bit. Right. No, a little bit. You can't have my food. My food. She only comes over here because she wants something. Did the kids finally fall asleep?
Finally.
Good Lord.
You got more than one kid over there?
Yeah, nephew's over.
Okay.
Sonya's got to go to work early in the morning, and Dad's out of town working this weekend. So, pen and night party.
Gotcha.
Oh.
That's why the pizza's in there.
No, well, the pieces because I didn't feel like cooking tonight.
Ah.
That's
I had it was pepperoni pizza on flatbread from Kroger yesterday. Like their little home chef.
Yeah, how was that? Was that pretty good?
It had like little balls of mozzarella all over it. And then I personally put like some jalapenos on the pizza. And then put it in the oven. That came out good.
You want to talk to her? She's gonna be hell tomorrow. Then almost 11 o'clock. She's still awake.
She just wanted to pee, so I don't know if she woke up to go pee.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Did you see Big Low's tweet?
So Bralen Trice is one of the most productive pass rushers in college football the last 2 seasons. The pick changed the defense big time for Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
It's a pick. I'm definitely like he was one of the guys that I was like, okay, look, this is definitely a guy who could. No, ma'am. Little sassy dog.
Sorry, I did not mean to leave you though. No, she had a bad dream and woke herself up.
Oh.
You had to go to Airgel, didn't you?
Marist Lofu? I don't know nothing about that guy. Okay. Productive.
You're done for the night.
Huh?
Falcons are done for the night.
Oh, I know we are, but you can't go off. You can't sign off, and then all of a sudden they decide to trade up. That would be
our luck.
Yeah, that would definitely be my luck. I can tell you this. We're definitely feeling the effects of a lot more streams this year.
Oh, yeah.
We felt it some last year. Definitely feeling it this year. I mean, that's good though. If people are finding people they enjoy to listen. You know.
Yep. They don't have to listen to us for 4 hours. They can go listen to somebody that caters to their tastes.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Oh, we just have crossed the 4 hour mark.
Yep.
All right, chat. Who do y'all want to see? Y'all done went quiet on me. I know we've been at this for a while. I know, like, who y'all want to see for the rest of the Chris said traders.
Yep.
I mean, hey,
Something interesting.
yeah, like
Boring.
Marshawn Lloyd went to Green Bay.
oh, okay. They had to get a you can cut it off. They had to get a Aaron Jones type replacement and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I actually thought Marshawn Lloyd was probably one of the top backs in the league this year. Really, he looked good down at the Senior Bowl. So, who we still want to see next in the 4th round? Are we want to see wide receiver or cornerback? Like corner.
I mean, I don't think TJ Tampa's gone yet.
No, TJ Tampa's still out there chilling. Let's see. Cornerbacks. Let's see who's still available. Let's have that discussion.
Nate Wiggins. I don't know.
He's been gone. He was gone in the first round. DJ James is still there.
Oh, actually, I just noticed something.
Yo.
On draft, I didn't notice this before. On draftbuzz.com, Quinyon Mitchell, he was the number 1 cornerback on their list. And earlier in the day when I was checking this out, he had his college team there. Now the team shows Eagles.
Oh, okay.
So that's a good way for me to be like, okay, this guy's in college or this guy's in the pro. Okay.
Yeah, Chris Abrams-Durain is still there. Dexter Vallish. Hey, man, Dexter. I haven't seen Dexter, man. He said, I'd like to see a safety or a backer. So, linebacker or cornerbacker? Oh, Tyke Smith just went to the Bucks. So that's interesting. So you can take him off your safety list.
Yep.
Cam Hart's still there.
Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah, Chris Abrams-Drain is still there. DJ James.
Max Melton?
No, he's gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Most of your basically from Max Milton up minus TJ Tampa is all gone. Oh well, you're not looking at the same list I'm looking at.
I think it's still kind of in the same boat, anyways.
Yeah.
Kyrie Jackson, is he still around?
Kyrie Jackson is still there.
Yeah.
And that's somebody I think they had in for a top 30.
Okay.
So
I mean, if you have him in for a top 30 and you get him at 109, that's not bad.
So let's see who else.
Well, there's Kyrie Jackson, Cam Hart. DJ James, Kalen Carson.
Is Jalen McMillan still there? Wide receiver?
I haven't seen him come off, but let me see. Wide receiver.
Then Malik Washington, Brendan Rice, Javon Baker.
Well, it's not foolproof. Not every guy is showing that. Jalen Polk went earlier. He still shows Washington. Javon Baker.
Jones? Yeah, Javon Baker. I know he hadn't been picked yet.
Malik Washington. Devontae Walker. I haven't seen his name. Jalen McMillan. I haven't seen his name.
My dude Luke. I still got hope that Luke McCaffrey could fill that Jared Bernhardt size hole in my heart.
Yeah, he comes in at number 26 as far as wide receivers go.
Yeah, they got him at 25. So, and Jameer Thrash from Louisville.
Yeah.
Baker. Which Baker are you talking about?
He's probably Javon Baker, I would assume.
Maybe. Oh, he's talking about linebacker. All right, let's see who's still. I know we had a short run on linebackers. Junior Colson. So Peyton Wilson, that linebacker who's like battled through some injuries, but super athletic.
Jeremiah Trotter.
Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter's still there.
Avon Solid.
Tommy Eichenberg out of the Ohio State University.
The Ohio State, yeah. I'd feel pretty okay with just about any linebacker on Ohio State. For
At this junction, you've gotten a D tackle and a DN. So, thinking maybe corner, maybe safety. But from here on out, I'm pretty much okay with whatever direction they decide to go.
Yeah.
To be honest. So I can't, I literally can't wait till, I know what I'm going to be doing most of tomorrow morning is sitting here watching, cut ups of Ruke and Bralen Trice.
Yeah.
So
then you'll report back to me, and I'll be like, "Man, that sounds awesome."
Right. I'm like, "Yeah, man, you can use them like this." And you're like, "Oh yeah, bet." And I'm like, "Yeah, bet." Good talk. You'd be like, "You don't say." I'm like, "But I did say."
Well, I'm glad you said.
That's right. Still got time to pick Spencer Rattler.
Yes, we do. And no, we're not.
Let's see if we.
That's the one thing I could. That's the one thing I will say that I'm fairly comfortable in is that we will not be picking a quarterback in the rest of this draft, and probably, hopefully not for the next 10, 15 years.
All right, look. Can you not? Can we turn off the green screen? You disappearing is tripping me out. Like all I see is your you got a Phantom of the Opera mask going on over there. Let's see.
Balaclava on.
Yeah. Oh, Teron Harper's going to Green Bay, linebacker.
Tyron.
Tyrod. Not Tyrod. Not Tyrod. What?
Somebody named Carrie on Twitter. And they're like, the Falcons have addressed the pass rush. I repeat, the Falcons have addressed the pass rush.
Let's see what else is.
What is this?
Oh yeah, Troy Franklin's still out there.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think
there's got to be something going on there. He's still sitting around.
I don't think he makes it out of the third, to be honest. Yeah, I agree, John. Troy Franklin falling this far. All right, Chris. Why is Troy Franklin falling? Is there something we don't know?
Yeah, we need some insider knowledge on what's going on with Troy Franklin.
That's right. So apparently Troy had a bad combine, but good pro day.
I think they cancel out, right?
Right. Call it chalk.
As far as you know, there's no character concerns, big time character concerns,
right? Character or medical,
arrests or medical or anything like that.
Because that's the only two things I would think at this point that would be dropping would be.
I mean, I don't remember seeing a picture of him with a gas mask and smoking some weed.
That was hilarious. Speaking of that, I'm actually kind of surprised that the DUI didn't affect Travondre Sweat more.
Yeah.
Like he still went in the second round. I thought that would be
Tennessee was like, don't care.
yeah. Hmm. No, Chris says no. He's a class act. No medical issues. I don't know.
Maybe he just
Oh.
interviewed really, really poorly.
Yeah, Tampa Bay just took Jalen McMillan, so not going to
God dang it.
reunite. Not going to reunite him with Penix in 3 years. Tampa Bay needed a because they didn't bring back Russell Gage.
Maybe we go get Russell Gage.
So that's all three. That's all three of Penix's targets got drafted. Polk, Odunze, and now McMillan. Oh, Twitter. He says Twitter's going nuts over the slide. What do we think about Baker Mayfield? Like, you think he's worth that contract they gave him?
Maybe not, but it's the going rate.
I mean, it's the going rate. Like, I get that. Like, and I can't say nothing now. I definitely can't talk no trash after we just, did what we did as far as quarterback is concerned. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's just I find Baker to be interesting, especially with
I
Dave
mean,
Canellis now in Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll
Yeah.
see. Was it Dave Canales that was there? But I mean, he was also in when he was with the Rams. Zach Robinson helped him out a lot.
Well, see, that's why I thought maybe, if he'd gotten out of Tampa Bay, that he could have landed here because of that connection.
Yeah. Now, if that had happened, if you had picked up, say, Baker Mayfield in the offseason instead of
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins, then you probably don't draft a Mike or a Penix.
No, because he's young enough.
Mayfield's young enough that you could get 6, 7, 8 seasons out of him, probably.
Right, exactly. Well, like I said, that was the one issue in all reality. That was the one issue I had with the Kirk Cousins is, having to do it again in a few years. And theoretically, if everything plays out right, they've solved that biggest issue,
Yeah.
So in that aspect, no, I can't really complain. Even if I think getting a like putting a first round pick on a shelf for 2 to 3 years, isn't the wisest decision in my opinion. But
again, I just think that teams would find more success potentially. Now, not every guy is going to work out no matter what you do.
yeah,
But I think that by and large, you'd probably find more success with guys drafted in the first round if you didn't immediately throw them to the wolves. You let them sit, kind of get used to how the NFL works, get used to going, used to being a pro, like used to going in and now you're going to work every day instead of this is something I got to do on top of all of my other stuff. Now this is what I do for a living.
right.
So making that transition.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm with you though, Doctor. He says, I usually take any opportunity I can to make fun of Bake, but he's really turning a corner in his career. He isn't making those knucklehead mistakes as often as he used to. Still does to a certain extent. Yeah, I mean, but no, like he is definitely, turning a corner. Like you're starting to see, and maybe it's the time and the experience, but some of these guys who've gotten a second chance, like a Geno Smith and like a Baker Mayfield, have definitely made the best of their situations.
Yeah. Well, and also, in their scenarios, like Baker Mayfield, when he, and Geno Smith, like they were free agents, so they were able to, potentially have like at least two, maybe three teams that were interested in their services for
Right.
varying rates. They were able to like look at the team, see who they feel like is the best situation for them. Whereas when you come out in the draft, like you don't really have that option.
No, and
You're
generally speaking, if you're taking one overall, you're taking you're going to a bad team.
yes,
Is generally how that works out. Now it's going to be really interesting with Caleb Williams because has Chicago done enough for them to not be a bad team? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
We were picking
Will they be next year or this coming season's Houston
Texas, right? Do they have enough in place to?
What they do?
Whoever this is announcing for Baltimore, he's got his kids up there, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they were all just like, Steelers suck.
Adisa Isaac.
Okay, there's another edge. Let's see.
Um,
I don't know, an edge rusher with a number 20 on him. I'm not a numbers guy. I don't really get into all that, but that's a defensive back number to me, or a wide receiver number.
No, that's not a wide receiver number.
He looks like a defensive back.
That's like a running back number.
Yeah, he looks like he looks small.
He's I think I saw he was 247, 257.
Yeah, but that's a small 240.
Yeah.
But 5 more picks, and we will call this thing a night.
Yep.
Oh, see, that's why y'all didn't win. You got wide receivers wearing 99. Yes. Yeah. Can't be having a wide receiver wear 99. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Oh, the Eagles selected Jalix Hunt. So it looks like we started another run on edge rushers.
Nice.
At least that's what I'm telling myself.
So we're not. So we're not followers. Everybody else is.
That's right.
Scott Karasik is. It's like kind of in the same boat as us. Like, how has Troy Franklin not been selected yet?
Yeah, there's something crazy. Began career as a safety at Cornell before moving to D-line. I could see it, yeah.
The violence I like.
Mm-hmm.
When he hits a guy hard.
Yeah, I have to say, Ganja, like, if I'm ever envious of a team drafting, it's either the Eagles or the Ravens.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it just like somehow the Ravens, Pittsburgh, and the Eagles, they always seem to find the guy. Whoever the guy is, they always seem to find him. And this goes back, even before the current like GMs. And that's the thing that like is super crazy. You look at Pittsburgh, you look at Baltimore, you look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They're by and large, they generally have good defenses, and that's with multiple different coaches. That's with multiple different front offices. Like
Yep.
it's just somehow they end up finding those.
Well, okay, because that's the thing. Is like I know it sounds so crazy. It's that intangible, but like that's the ethos of those cities, of those teams. And that's the part that with our team, like we always do the weird dumb thing, and no matter who's in charge, and even with a different owner, and it's like, how do we shake that? And
Yeah,
the only way to shake that is to start winning and build that consistent winning culture. Dwayne Carter goes to Buffalo. Okay. Adding to their D line. He had a good senior bowl. Dwayne Carter did.
yeah.
All right. See that tweet from the Falcons? They're at the little Coke machine. Has Washington's offensive captain, Washington's defensive captain, future Falcons.
Oh yeah,
So that's something there.
yeah. They're looking. That's. But that I think that comes from Arthur Blank, right? I think that's a mentality that comes because that's been that way since he got here.
Oh yeah,
Like
that was the old that they used to lay it at Dimitrov's feet, the old Falcon filter.
yeah, that comes from on high.
Yep.
And look, you can knock it, you can say you don't like it, that's fine. But like, dude owns the team. If he wants a certain kind of player and he doesn't want certain other kinds of players, that's his prerogative. Uh,
Mhm.
it is what it is, and a lot of that comes from probably the business past with Home Depot because they
Well,
started.
also like legitimately think about it, and is like early on with Vic.
Yeah,
I mean, that probably has a lot to do with theirs. You were pushing a guy around the sideline in a wheelchair, and then he ends up in prison for 2 years.
yep.
So that probably influenced that big, in my opinion.
So it sounds like the Falcons have already done their press conference.
I haven't seen
Uh,
anything.
well, because
Oh well,
I'm seeing this from Mark Raimondi.
yeah.
Saying, Terry Fontenot says Ruke Orhorhoro is a perfect fit for the team. We believed trading up was worth it because we wanted that player, and we have a clear vision for what he could be for us.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they do a press conference like at the end of like the second day. I know they do one at the end of the first day.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they did last year. I could be wrong though. I
Um,
thought they did it after each day.
well, we're coming to a close here.
Scott Karras is like, I would have taken Trice at 35 and been happy. So this is fine.
Yeah, no, Trice is. I got no problem with Trice in the third round. I thought that was a value spot for Trice. And I honestly felt like you could have gotten like would have been no problem getting Latu and Trice. You know what I'm saying? Like as far
Yeah.
as both guys with ties to Jimmy Lake and uh but obviously they didn't go that route. They went with Ruke.
Sure. Ruff, ruff. Arf,
Yeah.
arf.
Uh yeah, it definitely does sound like they're done because now you got another one from Taryn Wack, the other beat reporter.
Mhm.
Says excited about the outcome today. Came out with two players we really like. We really helped out our front seven. So 4 more picks, or do you just want to go ahead and call it?
Um, If we can go ahead and
We can start wrapping it
get out
up.
of here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, like I think this was a good day too.
Yeah.
Was it an unexpected name that we picked in the second round? Yes. It wasn't a guy that I personally really had on my radar. But looking around, I see, there are some places that maybe had him graded a little bit lower, but the consensus seems to be this guy was anywhere from like the low 40s to like the 50s. So, and then with the run that we saw after we got him, they just felt like if this is our guy and we really believe that this is the guy, let's go up and get him because we're not 100% sure he'll make it past these other guys.
Right.
So, I have no problem with them, finding who, if they feel like this is the guy, go get him. Go get your guy.
Yeah,
So.
definitely. Chris says thanks for another fun draft, fellas. Yeah, I think, like I said, we'll more than likely we'll be back. We'll do a quick like recap live stream on Sunday probably. If not, definitely Tuesday, and talking about the last 4 rounds or 3 rounds rather. Willick says, "What's your grades overall so far?" Without like obviously incomplete, but I'd say C plus, strong B is where I'm at currently. Me personally,
Yeah, I would say overall probably like a B minus, C plus. But if we're talking individual days, like yesterday, I'll say yesterday. Not that I don't like the guy. Obviously, I've talked, and I understand the philosophy and all this other stuff. But I think yesterday was probably like a C minus to a D plus, just because I personally would have gone a different way.
right?
Now, again, at the end of the day, if this works out in whatever time frame it works out in, and it looks good, then nobody's going to care, and it's going to be
Right.
it's going to be coming up roses. But yeah, for yesterday, I'd say C minus, like D plus. Today, I'm gonna say like A minus, B plus.
Yeah, like
in that general range.
Today was definitely a stronger day and brought the grade up, and tomorrow could continue bringing the grade up. Like you keep adding quality but like I said, my biggest thing for me is the aspect of a first round being on a shelf for 3 years, or 2 years at minimum or whatever. That's gonna for me that's gonna drag the grade down, even if I do like the player. Willie Doc says, "Are there any Georgia Bulldogs left?" I think not that I can.
The water boy might be available.
Yeah, I mean, there's like some depth players. Rosemary St. Jack, I think is his name, the wide receiver, a wide receiver.
Oh yeah.
There's a defensive tackle that wasn't highly regarded. I know that's kind of out there, but yeah, all the players that you would have wanted taken by now are gone. So, but yeah, it is what it is on that aspect. We appreciate y'all like big time.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all sticking out with us these last couple days. He says he was a little bit more harsh with a D. Hey, understood. That's fine.
Yep.
I get it. But either way, well, like I said, we'll either see y'all Sunday or we'll see y'all Tuesday. But keep an eye on Twitter as like we're, like I know I'm pretty active. You can follow me at Grimm1128, GRIMM1128. Jonathan?
At Jonathan M. Holder. Come by and say hi.
There you go. And as always, Falcons fans, rise up.
Oh, and don't forget, hit the like and or subscribe button on YouTube.
Yeah, do all that fun stuff. Like, subscribe.
Hit the bell.
Says W stream for y'all. Thank you for the win. That's right. All right, folks.
Guys.
Appreciate y'all. And as always, rise up.
Rise up.